Okay, we're back with 1998 Winston Cup stuff. It's been a while, so ooh, my face is gonna look horrible. Let me turn that off for now. um, so if we look real quick at my season, of course Jimmy Spencer won the Daytona 500. Mark Martin won twice in a row. It's been all Fords pretty much. Jeff Burton, Rusty Wallace, Terry Labonte grabbed to win it. Pole and the win at Bristol. Jeremy Mayfield got his first career win for me at Texas. We'll talk about him in a minute. And Dale Jarrett has been quite good. He got a win at Richmond. Bobby Hamilton won at Talladega, which oddly enough in real life his last win ended up being at Talladega. Um, Jeff Gordon ends up winning at California. Then you had the All-Star stuff. Rusty Wallace finally gets a win in the Coke 600. Or no, he won at Darlington, that's right. Bobby Labonte grabs a win for Pontiac at Dover. That's the first win for Pontiac this season. And then Dale Jarrett has actually won the last two. He won at Richmond, and he won at Michigan last time out. And next is Pocono. First race at Pocono, but this is 500 miles because that's how they used to do um, the Pocono races. And so right now, I'm sure there's other storylines, but Ward Burton and Rick Masters still the only drivers who have finished every race under power for me. Um, two cars got charged provisionals this week. And we'll take a look real quick at the lineup. Jeff Burton grabbed the pole with Rusty Wallace on his outside. Rusty's been good, but the Penske cars have been unreliable. Bobby Labonte third, Dale Jarrett. Jeff Gordon will be one to watch. Joe Nemechek, really good starting spot for him in the 42. Schrader and Bill Elliott have both been pretty consistent. Mark Martin, Buckshot Jones first started the season for him. And in real life, this car missed the show. For whatever reason, for me, he qualified really well. So he's in there. Marlin and Mayfield. Mayfield is the real life winner of this race. And that was his, in real life, that was Mayfield's first career win, was the spring Pocono race. Terry Labonte with a good qualifying effort for him. Normally he's pretty far back. John Andretti, Hamilton, and Dale Earnhardt. Ricky Rudd, Brett Bodine, Ward Burton, Dick Trickle, Spencer, Speed, Irwin, Michael Waltrip, Chad Little. Wally Dallenbach is back in the 50 car. He was in the 50 car last week as well, or last race as well. Still subbing for Ricky Craven, who has concussion symptoms from a crash he sustained the year prior. Johnny Benson, Steve Park. Steve Park, I have not been injured like he was in real life. Normally, Darrell Waltrip was driving this car in real life at this time, and actually had a good run in this car in this race. But I have Park in there. Ted Musgrave, Ernie Irvin, Kenny Wallace, Kyle Petty, Mike Skinner, Jeff Bodine, Greg Sachs, Kevin LePage, myself. I did not qualify well. Derek Cope, Robert Presley, Rick Mass, Steve Grissom, Jerry Nadeau, and Jeff Green is in the 46 car now, and I believe that is permanent. He was in the 29 car. That car's kind of moved drivers a lot. The DNQs, Todd Bodine, Darrell Waltrip. I have him in his 17 car. I boosted his stats a little, but they still were not good enough to get him into this race. Hut Strickland, who is now in the 96. That's another move that happened a couple races ago. He missed the show, and Dave Marcus has yet to make a start. I think he has attempted just about every race, but has not made any of them. Looking at the real race, see Jeremy Mayfield, he led the most laps as well at 122. I don't know how well you guys can see that, but yeah, there were 9 cautions. The race took over 4 hours, which if I have that many cautions, mine will easily take that long. Darrell Waltrip ended up 6th. Wally Dallenbach actually ended up 7th in the real race. Top 10 for Jimmy Spencer. Irwin with a decent run. What else is there? Hud Strickland did make the real race. Lost an engine late in the going. Could have a lot of engine failures tonight. When I was running practice, at one point there was like multiple engine failures by drivers. Rich Bickle in real life was driving the 98 because Greg Sachs was injured in 98. So I have Greg Sachs driving that car right now. And yeah, oh yeah, Rusty Wallace lost an engine. That was a big storyline in the real race. But you see all these from Bill Elliott down, all engine failures during the race. And then you had some others, transmissions. The only real crashes were Kyle Petty. I don't remember how he, or no, Chad Little. He crashed. And then the big one was Ken Schrader. He had a really hard crash pretty early on. And in real life, Dave Marcus missed the show, and Buckshot Jones missed the show. But again, in real life, he is making a start for me. Anyway, without further ado, let's load this thing up. I'm not looking forward to this. Pocono is also really, really difficult in this game. It, see what I look like now. There we go. Yeah, the game is really... The cars don't handle well in turn 3. And I have them at 95% difficulty this time. I'm kind of taking a guess on that. I notice that I get pretty good straight line runs on drivers, but they're so much better than me in the corners, it kind of like evens out. So it's going to be slow progress, and honestly I just wanted something that I can race with here. And we'll go from there. So,
drivers, to your cars.
Practice was difficult. I didn't get more than like not even 10 laps without something happening as far as like crashing, whether it be my fault or the someone else's fault. So I hope that the audio is okay as far as volume goes. Let me know if you can't hear things. But otherwise, we're going to just go for it. 200 laps. Thanks everybody for hanging out, and we'll see what we can do. It's pretty wild, actually, because cars really... Let me make sure I got the right setup first. Shoot. You know what? Actually, all I changed was the steering box. I think it's right.
Get ready now. Going green.
And hopefully nothing wigs out. Everything seemed pretty smooth when I was practicing, so.
Green flag, green flag. Green.
Alright, audio seemed pretty good. Yeah. So cars will be fanning out quite a bit, which is kind of cool. And if I will occasionally shift. Okay, I'm already hitting people. I will occasionally shift in turn 3. I'm not going to abuse it though, because it gives me a pretty massive run.
Clear inside.
The car is just so, I don't know, outside of the track on corner entry. I also don't want to abuse the shifting because I don't want it to cause transmission issues, but you will see, especially when everybody's bunched up, how big of a run it gets me. And these are kind of the worst cars in the field too, so I'm gonna already get good runs on them. But with the pack here, we're gonna be losing a ton of time to the leaders right out of the gate. Go about 40 laps on a tank of gas as well. And this race could potentially go caution free. Never know. As long as everybody's able to kind of fan out and get through this early phase, we might see no cautions. And I'm tempted to go 3 wide. I really want to. Let's do it.
You're in the middle, 3 wide. Clear outside. You're in the middle, 3 wide. Clear outside. Outside. Still there. Clear. Car outside. Keep low. Clear.
I don't think I'll be able to do that with the faster cars. I really gotta cover the bottom or just leave it completely open. I can't like cut down late because guys will dive bomb me.
Still there. Stay low. Still there.
See, that's what happens when I don't shift.
Clear outside.
I know in the real life race too, there was a lot of back and forth. Some guys were shifting, some guys were not. I'm tempted to even shift in turn 1, but I don't want to get too greedy. Turn 2 actually feels the most stable.
Car inside. Clear.
Oh yeah, I remember Buckshot Jones getting crushed. I think Hut Strickland was a car that got crushed at one time too, but that was the 23 Hillsborough's car, which was from a few years later. I keep overdriving turn 3. See, if I can just cut down the track though and get on the throttle, get a massive run. Yes, he did. Buckshot, I learned that Buckshot did not make many friends in the Busch Series.
Keep low.
Also, too, let me know if there's any drivers you're rooting for or think will win. In a little bit, I'll switch the standings page to the leaders, see what's going on. It's pretty cool how they all fan out. They like to use multiple lines. They'll go way down here occasionally. So far, so good. That's true. I keep losing my brake marker in 3.
Car inside. Clear inside.
I also don't know what the tire wear is going to do. I'm really curious to see how that works out.
Outside. Clear.
Tempted to pass in the tunnel turn, but I think I'm going to hold up for now. There we go. Well, still missed it. I thought I hit the brake marker, but I still went up the track. At least if I'm able to cut it down like that, it makes it not so bad. Tires are pretty warm, so I can kind of maybe start taking a little bit more risk.
Car inside. Clear inside.
Whoa. A little block in there by Kevin LePage. These guys are all going to bottle each other up big time. If I can just turn underneath. There we go.
You're on the bottom. 3 wide. Car outside. Keep low. Clear.
Oh.
Inside.
Oh. You see how much deeper that they can... I mean, I thought I drove in really deep. And Steve Park still outdrove me on entry. Got 3 rookies here. Steve Park, myself, and Kevin LePage. Boy, it feels like we've passed so many cars and yet we're not even in the top 30.
Inside. Clear inside.
Actually felt pretty good. Oh, okay. I'm expecting my car to be better than everybody else's on the long run. That's how it typically seems to go. Starts and restarts are difficult for me, but then on the long run, I'm pretty much faster.
Inside. You're in the middle. 3 wide.
That was slightly risky.
Clear. Car outside.
Nice
Clear.
and easy. I don't want to force that right now.
Outside. Clear.
Okay, we got 1. Okay. Sorry. Not intentional. But I will save the VOD if you miss any of this.
Car inside. Still there. Clear inside. Car outside. Keep low.
Yep.
Stay low. Stay low. Clear.
If I can get clear of this pack, I can try to settle in.
The yellow flag is out.
Oh!
Let's go. Race back to the line. We got trouble in the tunnel turn.
What happened? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
You got a slow car up high.
Oh, it's Buckshot! It is Buckshot Jones in the tunnel turn. Interesting. We'll have to take a look at that on instant replay.
Pit road is closed.
Doesn't look like anybody else. At least nobody else spun out.
Okay, we're under caution. Catch up to the end of the pacing line.
Yes.
Stay behind the 44 car.
Well, you'll get to take a look at the Aqua Fresh paint scheme, I think it is. It's not the same car that I have a die cast of that got crushed. That was different. I will pit just because. I don't know exactly how the cars are going to pace here, but I wouldn't think it'd be too bad because it's a pretty big track. Yep. I'm going to guess he came down on somebody that was trying to pass him. Either that or somebody tried to force 3 wide. Oh yeah. Well, get a tear off and everything. Try to not get run over while pacing. We'll see what the AI do, if they're gonna want to come in or not. We got 14 laps in.
Pit road is now open.
Okay, looks like everybody is coming in.
Limit 55. Keep it under 4,000 in seconds. You're too far to the left. We can't change your left side tires.
Great. Can I move afterwards?
The pace cars in turn 1. Go, go, go!
Unreal.
Limit 55. Keep it under
I'll have to come back
4,000
around, I
in
guess.
seconds.
Thought that they would have forced me to readjust,
Watch that speed now. Keep it on
but I guess not.
4,000 in seconds. The pace
Okay.
cars on
Pit
the
road
right
looks
bound
pretty...
Okay, you're clear of pit lane.
Oh, wait,
Stay
oh,
behind
wait.
the 26
What are we
car.
doing?
Okay, merge when you can.
What are we doing? Okay. What's Brett Bodine doing? Oh. I saw some debris. I don't know if guys just hit each other or what. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna come down a second time. I'll just restart at the back. Huh. Okay, that was a little bit weird, but we're okay. Just never know what you're gonna get with the AI. I gotta be really careful I don't get a penalty for passing under yellow or something.
going green next time by. Line up single file. Limits 55. Keep it under 4,000. In second. Pass the 40 car.
We're going to change all four again. Alright, real quick. Replay. Let's take a look at that 00 car. What happened to him? Ooh, he is still running. Racing with Jimmy Spencer. Oh, did Jimmy Spencer get him? So there's the paint scheme. It looks a little... It's different. And it's not a Pontiac. Jimmy Spencer got him. Oh, Chad Little hooked Spencer. Got it. Whoa. Lake Speed involved a little bit as well. Ah, okay. Bunch of Bush Series weapons. Whoa. Oh, yeah, that was... Okay. I see. Pause. Yes, that definitely looked like NEP.
Go, go, go! Yes, we nailed that stop. Great work, guys. Limits 55. Keep it under 4,000. In second.
So the one downside now is that, you know, since it's not a double file start, we will be so far behind the leader right from the get-go. However, we won't be dealing with double file, like, so it won't be quite as congested, although I do expect some fanning out to happen. So we were not quite halfway to or halfway through a fuel run. So yeah, and if Buckshot Jones is still out there, he's gonna be holding up the whole field, so that could be ugly. It didn't look like the other cars had much damage. Who's in the lead after all that? Oops. Mark Martin, at least after the pit stops. Wow, where did Jeff Gordon go? And Jeff Burton. Them guys were on the front row, neither or were up front. And neither of them are up there. Interesting.
Pace car's in. Green, green, green.
They might run away from me for a little bit. That's okay. Now there's Buckshot. Let's see if we can be organized. I am shocked that Buckshot is actually not awful in a straight line. He is holding some guys up, though. And these are slow cars, so if he's holding them up, he is pretty slow. Ooh.
Outside. Keep low. Stay low. Clear outside. Car outside. Still there.
Just don't have the confidence to just go flying in there. I don't want to slide up out of the groove at all and clean out somebody because that'll just wreck me. I'd rather just try to focus on clearing them on the straights. Wait, Buckshot Jones actually made up spots that lap. Look at that. He's actually passing people. Okay. Oh, Derek Hope's way down there. I don't like it when those guys go so far down low. Because then they got to blend back up somehow. I think that's how the majority of the cautions are going to happen.
Inside. Stay high. Clear inside. Inside. Clear. Outside. Clear.
Kind of boxed in.
Inside. Still there. Clear.
Mark Martin's still leading. Leaders aren't pulling away too quickly, which is good to know. For the sake of the AI against the AI, anyway.
Outside. You're on the bottom. 3 wide. Car outside. Stay low. Clear outside. Car outside. Clear. Outside.
Buckshot is still
Clear.
making progress. What was it? I don't remember if it was... He drove the 8 Nokia car once, and I think it was in 1998. Or maybe not Nokia, maybe it's Circuit City. But anyway, he got like a 6th place or something, 4th or 6th. I just don't remember what track it was at. It was like his one random good run. Alright, 3 wide.
Car outside. Still there. Still there. Clear outside.
just going by the spotter on that one. I couldn't tell where he was. Keep in mind I can only run this game on one monitor, so I do have a button I can press to look left and look right, but I don't have my triples for this game. That's why you'll see me looking in this direction. That's because I have my streaming overlay stuff on my third monitor today instead of the fourth monitor. Whoa! I did not expect Jerry Nader to make that move. I thought he was too far back, but I had to check up early because of being boxed in again. So they just check each other up so bad. Whoa. Yep. Buckshot's got... He handles decent, but he's slow on the straights. So I think he'll be able to get up to a point, but then he'll stall out on his progress. I'm surprised he's doing as well as he is. Speaking of doing well, how about Jeff Green? I'm pretty sure he started dead last. And, well, we're still very far back in the field, but it feels like we've passed so many cars. Progress is going to take a while, but luckily this is a long race. I think I heard Leroy. Oh yeah, Leroy's running. Alright, got him. Mark Martin's still leading. I thought Jeff Green was gonna stick his nose in there. Looks like Martin and Jarrett are separating themselves from the field a little bit right now. Jeff Gordon's back in the top 10. Don't know why he was out of it. Now we're catching up to another big pack. This here, I believe, was pretty much the pack that we had caught up to when that caution happened. Oh. There we go. Kevin LePage likes throwing blocks. Bobby Hamilton having a really good run so far. Next race for this series is Sonoma, which will be a challenge. Won't be as long, but it will be a challenge. Said I wasn't going to be greedy with the downshifts, but I think I have to be greedy with the downshifts. I'm not going to use it in turn 1, but I'm going to use it in turn 3 pretty much every lap, I think. Just too slow without it. Oh, All good. That time I'll use a downshift because I knew I was going to be super slow out of the corner. We'll short shift to make up for it. Now, what do we do with this pack? I think that's Wally Dallenbach at the front of the pack, holding everybody up. Oh, this could get ugly. This could get ugly. I'm gonna go way high. Okay, they sorted it. I did not want any part of that. Oh, little scrape. I did not want any part of that. 3 wide going into 1. I have a decent gap back to the next cars behind. Remember, Lake Speed, this Cartoon Network car, was involved in that caution a bit. Dang. So he might be down on speed a little bit. That Melling car is not really the fastest car in the world anyway. Holy crap, Mike Skinner all the way down to like the checkered board down there.
Still there. Clear.
A little bit of a lockup.
Car outside. Still there. Clear.
Oh, Joe Nemechek. Remember, he started in the top 10. He has fallen like a rock. Obviously, the Sabco Bell South car only had qualifying pace. And he's stuck behind a Bodine. That's not going to help him.
Outside. Stay low.
Oh!
Clear outside.
Okay. Man, I had a huge run. That was like the best that I had done turn 3 today on the bottom, and Kevin LePage ruined that run. Wonder if LePage's car is fading. And my car is starting to get better because we're getting later into the run.
Stay low. Stay low. Clear outside. Outside. Keep low. Stay low.
Just don't have the confidence to dive it in there.
Clear outside.
I've actually been impressed with how well LePage has done in that very underfunded team as a rookie thus far.
Stay low. Clear outside. Car outside.
And you just cannot
Clear.
get rid of him. Alright. That puts us up to 30th. And now here comes LePage again.
Inside. Clear. Car inside.
Go away.
Still there.
There, he'll have his big checkup like he did a couple laps ago with me behind him. Jeff Bodine throwing a block on Johnny Benson.
Outside. Keep low.
Geez, Benson waited till the absolute last
Keep
second
low. Clear outside. Outside.
to blend back in. Got more rookies, so Steve Park, myself, Kenny Irwin up there, he's a rookie. I could have swore I heard a screech and a collision, but maybe not.
Inside.
I left Joe Nemechek at the bottom because he was right behind me and I was waiting for the dive bomb, but then he didn't really take it.
Outside.
See if we can get all three of
You're in
these.
the middle. 3 wide. Outside. You're on the bottom. 3 wide. Outside.
Well, we'll get at least two, I think.
Keep low. Stay low.
It is Wally Dallenbach falling through the field. Chad Little making progress. Can I clear him? Oh! Door-to-door contact. Oh, yeah, Wally is falling back. This might cause problems.
Keep low. Stay low.
Just don't want him to go 3 wide right here.
Still there. Keep low.
If I can just hold it to the bottom,
Clear. Outside.
I can deal with this.
Still there. Stay low. Clear outside.
Martin and Jarrett continuing to pull away together. Come on, Park. Move up.
Keep low.
He's just going to box me in.
Stay low. Stay low. Clear.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised we actually cleared him. Ooh, I cut right across Joe Nemechek's nose. I was waiting for the spire to call inside.
Outside.
Starting to string out a little more now.
Stay low. Clear.
Every time cars get into a battle, though, they really slow each other down, and it usually brings more cars into the battle. He's not even to lap 40 yet.
Outside. Stay low. Clear.
So where does that put us? Puts us 25th. Getting there. Woo NASCAR. What's up, Matt? Bobby Hamilton is 4th still. Got a 3-way battle up ahead. Looks like Chad Little and Kenny Irwin are really moving forward. They're catching that little group up ahead, and there's a big gap after them. Looks like Sterling Marlin, Ernie Irvin, and Brett Bodine. As soon as you get rid of one Bodine, you got another.
Car outside. low.
Well, I was able to go side by side through there that time.
Still there.
It's just going to slow us down.
Stay low. Clear outside. Car outside. Stay low. Clear.
All right. That's how I want to make passes. It's a little more realistic. And it looks like now Little caught up to the group, but couldn't get by them in time before Kenny Irwin caught him, and now they're battling. I'm a little bit surprised at Sterling Marlin. I thought he'd be a little stronger. He's typically a car that battles for top tens. I think after I get by this group, I'll take a look at our fuel situation and take a look at how close the leaders are to reaching lap traffic if they haven't already. And I want to check where Buckshot Jones is. Oh yeah, car's feeling good now. Jeff Burton's all by himself in third. He's got 4 seconds ahead of him and 5 seconds back. And then a really big pack after that. Oh, Sterling Marlin way up the track. Brett Bodine almost getting into him. Chad Little tried to stick his nose in, lost momentum. That'll help me big time. I'm going to have to battle him this lap, though.
Clear outside.
I don't want to do this, but kind of forced to.
Stay low. Still there. Clear.
I had to look. I thought I braked a little too early.
Stay high.
It'll be all right.
Clear inside.
There's the next big group up ahead. Well, I guess they're kind of splitting off into smaller groups.
Still there. Clear outside. Car outside. Still there. Stay low. Keep low. Keep low. Clear. Outside. Still there. Clear outside. You're now in the top 20.
Whoa.
Inside.
Oh,
Stay
I
high.
didn't. Instinct, I guess, to downshift there. Thought I was going to go up the track more. Freaked out that Sterling was dive bombing me. Now I got to do the same thing with Ernie here.
Still there. Still there. Stay low.
Oh, I
Stay low.
overslowed and cut the wheel too much.
Clear.
Still able to power by him. We'll call that Hendrick horsepower. Okay, if we can build up a little bit of a gap. Got about 5 seconds, 5.5 seconds up to the next drivers. Laps of fuel. All them guys racing each other, gonna slow each other down a lot. And next I want to check their lap traffic. So Steve Park must have had an issue because he's 3 laps down. And Buckshot Jones is 2 laps down, which I have not personally lapped him. So I wonder if he has been in the pits at some point. Other than that, everybody else is still on the lead lap. I think the first car is about 10-ish seconds away from going a lap down. So that's good, means competitiveness is pretty high. You see that the leader and second place are kind of running away with it at the moment, but it's so early still. Hasn't been a whole lot of position changes recently, but I do see that Jeff Gordon restarted outside of the top 10, and he has now worked his way up to 5th. Bobby Labonte, on the other hand, has dropped down. He was like, I don't know, 4th or 5th at the restart, maybe even higher than that. And he is now down in, what was that, 9th? Yeah. I think this will all work out because I'll be definitely not the fastest once we make our pit stops. I have so much time to gain or to make up, but I am fast enough where I can get a solid finish. So as long as nothing dumb happens, should be pretty good. So the first few cars here to pass are Ted Musgrave, Ricky Rudd, and Jimmy Spencer. 3 Fords. Notice Jeff Burton has gotten the difference. It was over 5 seconds for a little while from him to the leaders, and now it is to 4.6. We have not seen any blown engines yet, which is shocking. Oh! Ooh, sorry, Ted. I put Ted Musgrave in the wall. I caught him too quick. He'll be fine. Oh, cars are pitting.
Clear inside.
Is it because we're around lap 40? Lap 50. Well, we can't go 50 laps on a tank of gas. We can go... I thought we could go 40. Hmm. Well, I was just going to run this tank out. Unless I'm like the only one left.
Car inside. Stay high. Keep high. Still there.
I can pass around the outside, maybe?
Now. Clear.
Leader's pitting. Ah. Okay. I really don't want to pit.
Inside. Stay high. Clear inside.
While they're all pitting. Huh. This one thing I was not sure about because I hadn't practiced any of this. Well, maybe I could lead and get a bonus point. Potentially. Although I'm so far behind the leaders that might not be able to make that happen. Well, that's Kenny Wallace up ahead. He's got fresh tires. We'll see how much he's able to... Oh, okay. Never mind. So I'm guessing somebody crashed while they were blending in and out of the pit lane. So I guess I'm glad I didn't pit. And luckily... Why is the leader pitting now?
Okay, we're under caution. Catch up to the end of the pacing line.
Oh yeah, Jeff Gordon was in the pits at the time. So I am now third. So this is going to make things kind of screwy. Hopefully the game knows how to order everybody out after this. This is going to be potentially very ugly as far as the reorder.
Whoa, 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 slow down.
Am I going to be the leader? I think I am going to be the leader. Or do I need to pass the pace car? It's not telling me to. I was talking over it, so I wasn't sure. I hope I'm correct. Ken Schrader is 42nd. I wonder if he was one that crashed. Is pit road open or?
Pit road is now open.
Okay.
Limit 55. Keep it under 4,000. In seconds, the pace cars on the front straight.
Alright, let's take a look. I'm gonna guess that it was Schrader. Although it doesn't have really any damage. Maybe not. Let's go back to when the pace car came out, I guess. Well, there's pit exit right there. Nothing, nothing. Right there. So maybe it was somewhere else. Alright, who has an issue? No? I can't. It don't look like anybody has an issue. Ah, it's. Oh, so Ward Burton sideswiped Schrader. So he either ran out of fuel or something. So that's why. So it was Schrader. Interesting. You know, look at my phone for a second. So I wonder if he will potentially have a very bad finish to this race as well, like he did in real life. Yeah, I mean, Schrader's been good in this championship so far. Top 10 at least in points, if not top
Go,
5.
go, go! Limit 55. Keep it under 4,000 in seconds. Remember, don't pass the stop sign at the end of pit road. The pace cars in turn 1.
So the good news is there's still a lot of cars.
4,000 in seconds.
There's still a lot of cars on the lead lap, so that's good.
Okay, you're clear of pit lane. Stay behind the 16 car. Okay, merge when you can.
I have no idea how they're going to order us out. We'll see. I think we're going to be up towards the front, though, which is good, but also scary in a way. Yeah, I think damage-wise, Ward and Ken Schrader will be okay. By the way, I don't know if you saw, but Ward is carrying the MBNA, is it the Platinum scheme, I think? It's the one that's silver instead of, or is it MBNA Silver? Regardless, it's silver colored instead of the normal black color, which that is accurate to what he ran in this race. So the special schemes are his, and then Lake Speed is still running the Cartoon Network birthday cake scheme. He's run that a few weeks. I think that's it. I think everybody else is normal.
Stay behind the
Then obviously, Buckshot Jones's scheme is kind of special just because he hasn't run anything yet. So what are we at? Yeah, we got 40-ish laps of fuel. So, oh, okay. So at the, well, I think some of them guys might be a lap down around the tail end of the lead lap. We'll find out here. Yeah, there's the lap down cars going on pit lane right there. Most of them guys are not really fast drivers anyway. So Buckshot Jones is now 1 lap down instead of 2 like he was for some reason. And I think everybody who is like a real player in the race is going to be okay. And yeah, I see up there is 1, 2, 3, 4, I think, cars up there that are on the tail end of the lead lap. So that's Jeff Green, Steve Grissom, Greg Sachs, and Rick Mast. They're going to line up ahead of the leaders. So that's going to make things really interesting because you're going to have drivers on the inside trying to get their laps back. You're going to have relatively slow cars up front trying to keep on the lead lap. And then you're going to have a mess of leaders, which looks like Dale Jarrett has now taken the lead. Jeremy Mayfield is now second. So something happened to Mark Martin. Probably got screwed on the pit cycle. So Mark Martin's down in 13th now. Jeff Burton 11th. Hamilton down in 14th. Elliott down in 15th. I am 17th. Johnny Benson, Mike Skinner now into the top 10. John Andretti into the top 10. Both of the Bonnie brothers in the top 5 now. So that's really mixed things up. Dale Jarrett was right there with Mark Martin that whole time, so he potentially, if he could get through the traffic, he could potentially make a huge lead. We got another pace lap yet, I think, because we have not started the inside line yet.
going green next time by. Okay, we're on the lead lap. Stay on the outside line. Stay behind the
Let's see
16
who all
car
goes up
on the
there.
outside line.
Just put Burton into 10th. So you got Derek Cope, Robert Presley, Kyle Petty, Nadu, Jones, Park, and Schrader. And Schrader must have just run out of fuel, so he is going to be fast. It's going to be interesting. I think there's opportunities to get your lap back here. The only downside is that, like, the track, well, I guess it helps too. The track's so dang big. You know, under green, it would take you forever to make up all that distance again to catch back up to the field. But on the other side of it, like, you can really play with the strategy and a lot of things you can do. So in the end, I ended up gaining about, well, only just a few spots really, because we had just gotten to the top 20. So it's going to be interesting to watch some of these fast guys like Mark Martin up there. I can see him about 4 cars up. Bobby Hamilton, he's going to be good. Even Bill Elliott right here, he's going to be good. And I have to really pick my battles because they're probably going to be a lot faster than me, and I just need to give up spots as I need to and avoid getting run over. Alright, lap 55. On to 56.
Get ready now. Going green.
I have to really watch up ahead too.
Cars in. Green, green, green.
Here we go. Look at everybody fan out.
Car outside. Stay low. Stay low. Clear.
Well, it's going to be wild. Oh, Buckshot Jones up there. Forgot about him. Yep, I'm going to start losing spots, but that's okay. Oh, Buckshot, he's really holding everybody up.
Keep high. You're up.
No, no, no. Exactly what I thought was going to happen.
Back to the line. Your right front tire is wearing out.
Exactly what I thought was going to happen. I was out of the way and everything. Well, I didn't back in. I hit on the side. So I am hoping that this is salvageable. I tried to hit as flush as I could. Damn. It's like I'm watching up ahead, so I'm trying to
Pit road is closed.
watch ahead and behind at the same time. Now it's going to be harder to even see behind me because my rear end's jacked up.
Catch up to the end of the pacing line. Stay
I'm probably going to end up being slow. So I wonder if anybody got their laps back because of all that. Whoa, why is Jeff Gordon slow? Whoa, what's going on now?
Whoa, 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 slow down.
What the heck's going on? Why is Jeff Gordon way back here? They're all trying to figure out their order. Oh, and then you got the guy, yeah, so Derek Cope, Kyle Petty, Jeff Green, Kyle Petty. Some of them guys got their laps back, so now they're catching all the way back up to the field. So you're welcome. It's just so difficult restarting. Man, I thought I was high enough they would just go under me. But I got blasted by somebody. Well, make a pit stop and see if we can recover. Straight line speed is our only advantage, so hope I didn't lose that. What is with all these?
Pit road is now
Stop, go,
open.
stop, go.
Keep it under 55.
Well, everybody's
Keep
pitting
it
again.
under 4,000 in second.
That was a cattywampus pit entry.
Wait,
Are they gonna?
something's wrong. Come on, you guys. One of the air wrenches jammed.
Yeah. Fix the damage. Well, back end's coming down a bit.
8 cars on the Long Palm Straight. Go, go, go! Limit 55.
Well, that's
Keep
what
it
we got.
4,000 in second. Okay, you're clear of pit lane. Sorry, buddy. I know you can make it up on the track. Okay, merge when you can. Stay behind the 42 car.
Okay. So we're basically going to restart dead last again. So it looks like Robert Presley, Steve Grissom, Jerry Nadeau, Greg Sachs, they still are a lap down. Schrader, Mast, Jones still a lap down. Steve Park is 3 down still. But it looks like Jeff Green and Derek Cope, they got their laps back. And I don't remember the other guys who were in that situation. Ward Burton, it says tire, so I wonder if Ward Burton is actually out of the race. That's interesting. Usually when it says a word instead of a number in the interval thing, that means he's done. We'll see. Rusty Wallace now the leader in that short exchange. And we're about to do it all over again. Wally Dallenbach is up to 6th somehow. Remember, everybody pitted again, so who knows what kind of strategies people tried. Mark Martin back into the top 10. Skinner back in the top 10. Jeff Gordon in 15th. I think something's actually wrong with Ward Burton. He might have been involved in... he might have caused... No, he wouldn't have... he wasn't behind me, I don't think. But he could have been involved in that wreck that I was in. I just really, really hope that my car isn't too bad speed-wise. Okay.
Stay behind the 46 car.
I think we'll be going green. Not this time by, but next time by. That's what, our 3rd caution? Right?
We're going green next time by. Okay, we're on the lead lap.
So you got
On the
Nadeau,
outside line.
Park,
Stay behind the 46 car on the
Schrader.
outside line.
Schrader's a little further in the line this time. Presley, Grissom, Sachs, and Mast. So Mast was actually on the tail end of the lead lap last time, and he actually lost that positioning in that one lap, so now he's stuck a lap down. Greg Sachs might have had the same situation. I can't remember the cars that were starting tail end or the tail of the lead lap last time. Well, at least now I can just sit back here in the back and watch the world burn. And my goal or my strategy is definitely going to be stay out long. Even though I think I got lucky that, Schrader ran out of gas. I don't think that's going to happen every time. I don't think somebody's going to run out of gas every single pit cycle. And nobody hit each other or anything in the pit cycle. So if we can get things sorted here, I think there's a good potential that we could run the rest of the way green. But like if somebody blows up and they don't tow their way out of the track, that could always cause a caution with how big this track is. Let's just hope we still have some speed after that collision. I know in real life we'd be done, but...
Get ready now. Going green. Pace car's in. Green, green, green!
Feels like it's got decent pull. Let's just hope it handles in the corners as well. Yeah. Doesn't feel any... I don't think it feels any worse. I'm gonna feel crappy compared to them on new tires. It's just gonna happen, regardless of my situation. Holy crap, that is a lot of traffic up there. I'm losing quite a bit of ground on this start. Oh, okay. So the car's a little bit looser now. That's the first time I've had any looseness at all on a downshift.
Car inside. Clear.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be careful. Car's a little bit looser.
Car outside. Keep low. Clear.
Oh. Man, I am not prepared to go into this. I mean, they are slowing each other down so much.
Car inside. Clear.
They are 3 wide and all kinds of stuff. Oh, I want to get there.
Stay high. You're up top. 3 wide.
Nah, I knew that
Inside.
wasn't going to work.
Clear. Car inside. Still there. Keep high. Clear.
I almost got blasted from behind again.
Inside.
I just hate that the AI don't... I mean, they pick it up, but they don't pick it up early enough a lot of times. I like Speed making a late move up there. And Sterling Marlin is struggling today. He's just marred in this traffic. Oh. Gonna get another run.
Car inside.
Gotta take it. We might be 4 wide.
3 wide. Clear inside.
Yeah, we were 4 wide.
Clear.
What?
Hold your line.
Oh,
Car
jeez.
inside. Keep high.
Why did Jeff Green get by
Keep
all of
high.
us all of a sudden?
Stay high. Still there. Keep high. Clear inside.
I'm gonna keep trying.
Outside. Clear outside. Car outside. You're on the bottom. 3 wide. Car outside. Clear. Outside. Keep low. Clear. Car outside. Stay low.
Gave Jeff Green a little bump.
Clear outside.
Man, they're just right on top of me.
Inside. Clear inside.
Chad Little has lost some spots. Well, Sterling Marlin's starting to try to make up spots again.
Clear inside.
Chad Little, I don't know why he's so far back. He was making good progress earlier and
You're on the bottom. 3 wide.
seems to have
Outside.
stalled out again. Probably a strategy
Three wide.
pitting thing
Outside.
that's screwed him.
Clear.
Whoa, Sterling Marlin just swung right in front of Greg Sachs there, entering turn 1. Got away with it.
Still there.
Hoping I can get clear of Ricky before turn 2
Stay high.
and
Clear.
stay there. Greg Sachs is one of the lap cars. Dale Jarrett leading and Rusty Wallace right behind him, and just like Dale Jarrett and Mark Martin earlier,
Car outside.
they are running away from the rest of the
Keep
field.
low. Stay low. Stay low.
Are there any guys ahead of the leaders?
Still there. Clear.
Ah, well, so a tire issue for Ward Burton's going to put him last. And didn't I say that Ward Burton was one of the 2 drivers left that had finished every race this year? So that's going to end. Rick Mast is the last one left. And then Buckshot Jones with ignition issues. I don't know where to go.
You're on the bottom. 3 wide. Outside. Stay low. Stay low. Clear outside. Inside. Stay high. Keep high.
Schrader's the last or first car one lap down.
Keep high.
So none of the
Clear
cars,
inside. Inside.
none of the cars that started on that inside line
Stay
have been
high.
able to take
Clear.
their lap back because the last currently lap is 17 seconds back lake speed, which I don't know why. Well, yeah, I guess that's just how far back the train is.
Inside. Clear. Car inside. Clear.
Jerry Nadeau's probably going to get in our way. 3 rookies here on the top
Car
line.
inside. Clear. Car inside. Stay high. Keep high.
Oh. Wow. Decisive maneuver there by LePage to get underneath Nadeau, but it's going to work.
Still there. Clear inside. Inside. Keep high. Clear inside. Inside. Keep high. Clear. Outside. Clear outside. Car outside. Clear outside.
Glad that the tire wear hasn't been too terrible.
Keep
But
rolling.
I did not get a good
Clear outside.
run.
Car inside. Keep high. Stay high. Clear inside. Car inside.
That was close.
Still there. Clear inside.
Oh. Had to take that space from Bodine. He might try to get me in 3 though.
Car inside. Clear inside.
Okay.
Inside. Clear inside. Outside.
Come on, LePage, go. Okay, we got a second to the guys behind us at least, so that's good.
Clear
Didn't
outside.
want to be boxed into the point where huge group was going to catch us. Shoot. No. I'm going to get hit.
Let's go. Race back to the line.
Yep.
Got one stopped up high. You all right?
That's going to be the end of my
We
race.
got big time problems with that motor, buddy.
I drove it in a hair too deep and I touched
Pit road is closed.
Grissom.
Fluid.
Oh yeah,
Limit 55.
I can't even
Keep
see
it
where I'm
under
going.
4,000
I touched
seconds. You're smoking out
Grissom
there.
and it's, oh, of course. I hit Derek Cope.
The pace cars in turn one.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. Okay. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's people coming down. No, I don't know what that was.
You
That's
all
odd.
right?
Okay. Well, unfortunately, I'm not restarting this. No way. So I will have to just do commentary the rest of the way. What the heck happened? I was so hoping that maybe I wouldn't get hit. Like I was thinking I'd hit the wall. And of course it spins me and nobody else. Man, Red Bodine, he like aimed at me. Red Bodine he goes up and almost hits me. He goes up. Like I hate that these guys go out of the groove. Ooh, Irwin, Little, Lake Speed, Sachs involved. Ricky Rudd got through it. Somehow, somehow Irwin doesn't have a blasted in front end from that. So, and then after that, what the heck? So I went like this, and then yeah, I couldn't see Derek Cope, so I hit him. Oh, and then we glitched. That's what happened. Never seen that before. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, I guess now it's commentary time.
The pace cars on the Long Palm Straight. You blew the engine.
Ah, you blew the engine.
Looks like we're bent up on the back end. It's over. We can't fix that damage.
It is over.
Looks like you're leaking some fluid.
Okay, so, whoa, we will retire. 75 laps in. So, Dale Jarrett is leading. And so it looks like I'm out. Greg Sachs is out. While Derek Cope's currently one lap down. So, okay. We're now live. I am tempted to, I'm really tempted to just accelerate it to the end, but at the same time, I kind of want to, I obviously want to see it play out. I guess we did get almost to halfway. Yeah, the 1998 mod is really cool. I originally, I wanted to, when I started my season, I wanted to start it um, near when I would have been starting to watch NASCAR as a little kid. And I was originally going to go for like my birth year, just 1996, but I saw that this mod was out for 98 and it was like so complete and everything that I just went with it. I couldn't not use this car set. I forget what the name of this car set is, if I'm honest. I got this car set like, well, it would have been 2020. But yeah, this car set had a bunch of stuff, but I've added to it as well. Like I've had a few cars made by my friends. Like the Chad Little car was like there was a car set for the 1998 Daytona 500, for example, and I think that's one thing that I started with, and built it from there. Because I have both Kenny Wallace schemes. I have a bunch of extra ones that will show up later in the season. And one of my friends made a Chad Little Taurus for me because I only had a Chad Little Thunderbird. Um, and then as far as special schemes in this race, see here. I talked about him earlier. Oh, well, Ward Burton is out of the race. He was in the MBNA Platinum or Silver or whatever it was. And then right here, Lake Speed's in a special birthday cake car that he did run in this race in real life. There's Chad Little's car that Brian made for me. And he is still running, so good for him. Kenny Irwin going to the pits. So Dale Earnhardt is now second after all that. Pit stops have really been mixing things up. Oh, really? So I can actually show you, I'll show you what my paint is. So I basically created this season with Bruco Motorsports. They were a Busch Series team, but I basically made it so I joined them as a single car team in Cup as a rookie. That's like my storyline. So another one of my friends made this paint for me. Holy crap, I didn't realize that Sterling got that close to my bumper. So it's a number 27 Chevrolet, which really fit pretty well, I think. Um, anyway, I think they'll be going green next time by. I'm hopeful that there are no more cautions potentially for the second half. So I'm going to probably end up around 41st or so. That stinks. I had a good run of decent amount of finishes where I didn't, at least didn't wreck out. I have had quite a few spins. Just so difficult at these tracks when you have a high, the difficulty is set to be high and the car just doesn't want to stick on short runs. So yeah, so we'll be 40th. Oh, Jeff Green retired. So Steve Park is actually going to be leading that bottom line, even though he's the furthest back in the order. Nadeau, Grissom, Mast, Presley, and Schrader all stuck one lap down. Schrader's the second car there. Schrader could potentially get his lap back in one of these restarts, but not going to be easy. At least now we get to see what it looks like up front on these restarts. And remember, Dale Jarrett looking for 3 wins in a row in this season here. Here we go. We're green. And Rusty Wallace, ooh, he was thinking about it. And there goes Schrader down to the inside, making it 3 wide potentially. Yes, he does. Three wide with Steve Park. Oh, Schrader really needs to get by this group here with Park if he wants to have any shot of getting his lap back. Jeff Gordon trying to find a way through. Mark Martin is right there. Remember, Mark was super dominant at the beginning of this race. Just has been stuck in traffic ever since. Rusty Wallace gets clear. See the 2 leaders getting away. Oh, and Jeff Gordon's going to make things uncomfortable for Schrader. He's going to put him in the middle. Jeff Gordon does the little checkup thing, though, because the AI get kind of confused there. And I thought that'll really help Schrader. Oh, you see him fan out back there. See the Labonte brothers right here. Schrader gets clear of Park. That's big. I don't think he's going to have the speed to run those guys down straight up, but he's at least the first car 1 lap down, but obviously there's no free pass. And these 3 guys here are going to be good. Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, and Jeremy Mayfield. You see there Jeff Gordon getting underneath. Let's take a look back up front. See Rusty Wallace trying to run down the 2 leaders. Yeah, see right there, that's one flaw with the AI, that checkup that they do on the inside. If they didn't do that, I think there would actually be a lot more passing. Because Gordon's way faster than Schrader, but he gets to the inside in turn 3 and then he checks up. Oh, and then Schrader cuts him off. Cuts him off and then slides up. And meanwhile, it allows the rest of the 3 leaders to just run away. Might be able to get him this time. Yep, Gordon. Yes. Gordon will get by. Mayfield will get by. Yes. So now Mark Martin is stuck. Look back up ahead. You see Rusty Wallace has caught the 2 leaders, but I would not be surprised if they just run nose to tail for a while, because that's what's been happening pretty much all race long. Well, here goes Rusty. Still 2 by 2 in the back, about the back half of the field still. This is the furthest up by far that Earnhardt has been today, so he might not actually be fast enough to stay with these guys. He's just got the track position. At this rate, it's going to be I believe a 2-stop race from here. Jerry Nadeau's killing it. Take a look at him. There he is. He is 33rd. Isn't he? Is he on the lead lap? No. He's the second car 1 lap down. But hey, just him being in the race, that's going to help him in points, you know? Take a look here. Did Rusty Wallace get Earnhardt? No, not yet. There's Gordon, Mayfield, and now you got Martin trying to get by Schrader. Should be able to do so. It'll be interesting to see if these 3 can now run down the leaders from where they're at, because they are fast and they got some separation now. Side-by-side battle here for 7th and 8th. Yeah, he's kind of the brick house without being the brick house. And whoa, Bobby Labonte sends it down into turn 3, making it 3 wide on Jeff Burton. Is he gonna? Well, and again, see, that's what sucks, is he would make that pass and then he checks up, ruins it. because that was an awesome move. This is interesting here, actually, because you got two relatively slow cars, because you got Robert Presley there, too, who was also a lap down. In the Jasper car. Jeff Burton, remember today's pole sitter, looking to recover his track position that he lost from the first pit cycle. Check back up front. Oh, wow. Okay, so these guys have caught the leaders very quickly. Gordon has just flown by Rusty Wallace. Dale Jarrett's kind of built a little bit of a gap now, but Gordon is really moving now, and Mayfield is, yeah, Mayfield and Mark Martin are not far behind. First Pontiac is Bobby Labonte back there in like, I was like 9th or 10th. Yeah, 10th. Gordon getting underneath Dale Jarrett. Or, Dale Jarrett, Dale Earnhardt. Can he make the pass, though? He's barely alongside him. Ooh, Dale gets out of shape in turn 2. If Gordon can't clear him out in the before the exit of 3, though, oh, he will. And now here comes Rusty and Mark, or Mayfield. One of these guys might check up here. Right there. It's probably going to take another lap for Rusty to get by Earnhardt. So Earnhardt definitely doesn't have the pace to keep up. Gordon might go up and take this lead pretty soon. And Trader's actually catching these guys when they fight each other. Burton has been unable to get by Hamilton. Harvey Labonte does look pretty fast. And then Steve Park, lap car. And then here's Nadeau and Presley leading this pack of cars. That's kind of broken up, though. Yeah, because you got Terry, who's making his way through traffic slowly. Johnny Andretti just lost that spot. That was for 12th. You got Ted Musgrave, Johnny Benson, who apparently was 11th last lap. And then you got a whole schmozzle of cars back there. It's starting to get slowly spread out. Ooh, who is that that's coming out? Ah, it's Bodine. Jeff Bodine is back in the race. I didn't even realize he was out with a bunch of damage. So where is he? So oh, he must have stayed on the lead lap but pitted for damage and now, or pitted for something. And now is 1 lap down officially. It'll update next lap. So now he's just going to get in the way for a while. I'm surprised that these damaged cars are not slower. I see that looking at the intervals, Chad Little and Kenny Irwin have fallen off of the pack, but everybody else is pretty much actually in the pack. Well, these guys are slowly getting by Nadeau and Presley. There goes Musgrave. Musgrave is very reliable for top 15s. Not really much better, though. And there goes Benson. Probably won't clear him. Nope. Right, let's go back up front. Wow, Bobby Labonte's making progress. So Labonte held off Jeff Burton now has passed Bobby Hamilton and now has run down Bill Elliott. So that's going to be for 7th place. Oh, and it looks like Jeff Gordon has taken the lead from Dale Jarrett as well. And there's Schrader. Still tagged down the back of this group. But it looks like the 2 leaders now, Jarrett and Gordon, are starting to run away. I feel like if these guys can clear Dale Earnhardt, though, I think that they could maybe run them back down. Here goes Mark Martin. Yeah, these guys, not sure if all 3 will get by this lap, but I think all 3 of these cars, they all have the ability to go run down those 2 leaders. Remember I said before, too, that Penske cars have been hugely unreliable. They've been fast, but struggling in the points because of unreliability. There's Mayfield. It might take another lap for Rusty because he's going to do the checkup thing. And then maybe Schrader will get by Dale Earnhardt, even though it's not for position. And it looks like in the background, Bobby Labonte has gotten around Bill Elliott. Yes. And Jeff Burton trying to get around Bobby Hamilton. So, I mean, the AI struggle in turn 3 a little bit, but all in all, I think they race pretty darn well here. And Bill Elliott's not giving up against Bobby Labonte, but he'll give it up here on corner exit of turn 3. There he goes. I'm interested to see if Bobby can run him down. Oh, and Rusty still can't get by Dale Earnhardt. Jarrett staying right with Gordon. No sign of lap traffic yet. Here goes Rusty trying again. Might get him this time. Nope. I don't think he will. Yeah, he will. Yeah, if Schrader could just find a way to get his lap back, he could really, I think he could have potentially a top 5 today. Man, Jeff Burton back there still trying to get by Bobby Hamilton. Keep an eye on these guys, see how they progress towards the leaders. Terry again making slow progress, but progress nonetheless. Looks like John Andretti's looking to actually make a move on him. See there in the background. Looks like Joe Nemechek has recovered, or is recovering from his earlier struggles. Wow, look at that power move by John Andretti. Actually, he went to the outside intentionally. And then Terry did the checkup thing out of turn 3, and now, well, he's still not going to be clear, though, down into turn 1. Interesting move, though. Meanwhile, these guys are really slowing each other down. This is the next pack, which has quite a few cars in it. See, Nadu and Presley are at the tail of this pack now. Sterling Marlin seems to be, his pace seems to be slowly improving. He's now up to, what is that, that'd be 14th or 15th. Looks like it's 15th, yeah. It looks like he's still moving forward. Just a rough start for him. And there's the Sabco teammates now. Wow, power move by Sterling. He's already around Musgrave and looking for a pass on Nemechek now. Johnny Benson, Spencer. And here's the next group. Kenny Wallace, Michael Waltrip, bunch more Fords. Mike Skinner's in that group. He was up towards the front at one point. Same with Wally Dahlin back there. Team Kenny Wallace, huh? Well, he's currently 18th, which he has had an awful season in my career thing. So 18th would be a very good run for him. Oh wait, that's fastest lap. I was like, what? There we go. Steve Grissom. Lap car, Steve Grissom. If we do stay green, there will be lap traffic eventually. Kevin LePage trying to follow Bodine through. There's Dahlin back. There's Mike Skinner, who has really struggled. Rick Mass back there, I think he's got some damage, along with Lake Speed. And these guys back here are pretty much the stragglers. Yeah, the guys that got damage. Ernie Irvin's got damage on the back end. Chad Lewis car doesn't look horrible, but he is slow. And then back to the leaders. And it looks like Mark Martin is running these guys down. Oh, and they have lapped over Kenny Irwin. Which, that means when Schrader gets by him, that will be for a position for Schrader. So good for him. And we're like 2 laps away from halfway. Rusty Wallace is working on his teammate. Dale Earnhardt's really fallen off of these guys. And so has Schrader, because he can't seem to get around Dale Earnhardt. And these guys have left everyone else pretty much in the dust. Yep, looks like Rusty will get clear. So yeah, I was thinking maybe Bobby Labonte would be able to run these guys down, but he is quite far back. You never say never, but... So it was lap 75 or so when they went back green, give or take a few, so I would expect everybody to be pitting in the next 15-ish laps or less. So Gordon has taken the lead and he made a little bit of a gap, but he has not run away by any means, which is good. And I think Gordon's only won, I think, once in my season so far. Mark Martin definitely looks like the fastest car right now. Mark has won. Mark's the points leader, I believe, right now. Hard to remember because it's been so long since I looked at the points. Maybe I'll take a look actually on my phone. Yeah, Mark Martin is leading. By like 53 points, which this is not Winston Cup style. This is like modern NASCAR style with 1 point per position to make it easy. So it's Mark Martin, Dale Jarrett, Bobby Hamilton third in points right now. Jeff Gordon, Terry Labonte, Ward Burton, Ken Schrader. So them two will take, or well, Schrader especially. Or yeah, both of them will take hits. Rusty Wallace, Bobby Labonte, Dale Earnhardt down in 10th. I'm tied for 17th in points, but now I'm going to drop down. Hopefully not outside the top 25, because then if I have to use a provisional, it'll actually count against me. Well, Mark Martin is now in second. Can he run down Gordon? I think he can. Can he run him down before the pit cycle? That, I don't know. A little bit of kind of 3 wide there. And Rusty, I think, had gotten around Mayfield. Oh, what's with the smoke? What happened there? I gotta take a look at this. What happened here? What is that from? This? No? Is it this? It is this. Oh, holy crap! What the heck happened? Oh, it's a caution. I didn't even notice. What in the world? Okay, what is this? Ah, well, I found where it started. Michael Waltrip and Brett Bodine catching up to Kenny Wallace. They check up, pile into each other. And then Grissom, Dick Trickle, both into it. And is there any more? Rick Mast. Doesn't have enough damage today. There goes Jeff Bodine through all of it. And I think that's it. And we stay green? I could have swore I saw Yeah, okay. I was going to say, they're just trying to catch up to the pace car. So, we, again, do not have a green flag pit stop. Yeah, I did see GTRLs making a comeback or whatever. I'm not racing for them. I think I'm technically in the league still. I should probably just leave it. The league was kind of a, I mean, it was boring even like when it was going because nobody would show up. Let's see what the pit stops do here. Well, there'll be more opportunities potentially for Schrader to make up spots. I really want to track his progress because, again, if he's able to somehow get onto the lead lap, it'll be a really good story. And Chad Little had just gone a lap down, too. I mean, NEP, you're better than a lot of the NEP guys. Mark Martin wins the race. Whoosh. Jarrett loses like 2 spots in pit road. And Musgrave made up some spots, I think. Yeah. Huh. Automod held a message. And it's actually one that needs to be held. Thank you, Automod. I know. I know. I feel like they'll do road racing at some point. Just might be a while. No, it didn't hold your message. There was a um, some random, probably a bot account came in and said, cheap viewers on totalviewers.online. So, yeah. Which I've never seen that before. So we have eclipsed halfway. And again, they can go like basically 40 laps on a tank of gas. So this is still a two-stop race. But at this rate, not so sure that we're going to get a green flag pit stop anyway. But now we got a bunch of really fast cars up front that are all pretty equal with each other. I'd say the top five, any of the top five, are very, very capable of winning this race straight up. The others, I think, are going to need some help, but that definitely could happen. And Jeff Burton, again, he was the pole sitter, so he could be capable. Bobby Labonte showed speed at times, but the top five, them are the guys that seem to be showing consistent speed. And some of them are going to be able to get away on this start because they won't have the drivers on the inside line, you know, messing with them for as long as these other cars will. I hope Ken Schrader is the first car on the bottom line, though. Anyway, we got one more pace lap to go. I will be back in a moment. Alright. We're ready to go green flag racing. And it looks like again, it looks like Schrader is not the lead car on the bottom. Here we go. Oh, man, they are really fanning out now. I love seeing that from the AI. I love seeing them make new lanes and stuff. So side by side for second. Now, one good thing, it is a good thing for the race for the lead that a lot of the leaders got by the lap cars right away. In fact, I think Jerry Nadeau is now the first scored lap down car, as he was able to get to the top line and get by all those others. So now the leaders basically can all race straight up. Second through fifth are now 2 by 2. And remember, Dale Jarrett has to he has some ground to make up after a bad pit stop, and now Bobby Hamilton with a run on Dale Jarrett. Well, you see Terry Labonte going down to the bottom. Look at that. Making it 3 wide potentially. Hamilton unable to make the pass. And Bobby Labonte, he is position-wise not too bad, but he is stuck behind 3 lap cars all in a row here. Park, Nadeau, and Schrader. And, oh, that's dangerous. That's what caused the last caution. Whoa. That was sketchy. Bobby's probably frustrated and trying to get through that traffic because he's losing ground to the leaders big time. Bobby Hamilton losing some ground, but he's going to gain some of it back off of turn 3. Wow, why is Dale Earnhardt way back here? What the heck happened to him? He's on the lead lap. Huh. He must have had a... He either pitted a second time or had a terrible pit stop, one or the other. So Grissom is now out from that crash. Nobody else. Park's still 3 laps down. Mast is now 2 down. Everybody else 1 down. Still 28 cars in the lead lap. Well, there's Bobby Labonte. He seems to have a really, really good short run car, but he can't seem to make it last. Those top 3, they're starting to skirt on away. Ted Musgrave is poked into the top 10. See him back there, right there in front of Schrader. I think Joe Nemechek is up to 11th, which again, he qualified 6th, but he fell way back at the beginning and now is recovering. Schrader again not giving up back there. Whoa, Hamilton way out of the groove. Oops. See a bunch of damaged cars there, like that whole group right there. That's all damaged cars. Maybe not Kenny Wallace, but I think all the rest are definitely damaged. Bill Elliott now struggling with Steve Park. Let's check up front. And it looks like nothing has changed. Rusty Wallace. Oh, wait. Was it Mark Martin in second originally? I don't remember. Those white, those Fords with the right front ends, they all look the same to me. But, regardless, Rusty Wallace is looking really racy. And, oh yeah, he's looking underneath Gordon now. Rusty looking for his third win of the year. Gordon is looking for his second win of the year. And Mark Martin also looking for his third win of the year. Dale Jarrett would be looking. He has 3 wins already. He'd be looking for his fourth of the year, and Mayfield would be looking for his second of the year and second in his career. And then going back further, Jeff Burton has 1 win this year, and Bobby Hamilton behind him has 1 win this year. So everybody back to Bill Elliott. Bill Elliott's the first car that has not won yet this year. And actually, Labonte has won as well. And then the first driver that has never won at all is Ted Musgrave in 10th. And look who's peeking. Terry. I would not doubt that he would sneak his way into the top 10 before this thing's over. Him and John Andretti have been together for quite some time now. Well, look at Jerry Nadeau making those moves. Trying to block people who are not on the same lap as him. Looks like, well, Joe Nemechek trying to keep the position from Andretti. Whoa, we'll check up out of turn 2. Or turn 1, I should say. This is turn 2. I've actually been impressed with, like, Steve Park has not been that bad. He's laps down or whatever, but his pace in general has not been as bad as it has been at some tracks. Getting that separation yet again. And Rusty still has not found a way around Gordon. Okay. Man, Rusty just cannot seem to get by Gordon. Mayfield, same thing with Martin. Every time those, every time these guys get side by side, it draws cars behind them closer. And you know what's weird? Like Mayfield looked really, really slow right there. He's still going, but he really dropped a gap there after he did that little checkup thing out of turn 3. We have to keep an eye on him. Martin's actually kind of closed in on the back of Jared as well. And then these guys, Bobby Labonte has run these two down. Hamilton has been stuck with Burton for a lot of this race. Big gap back to Bill Elliott right there. And yep, there you go. Terry Labonte is in the top 10 now. He got past Musgrave way back there. Oh, look at that. Potentially 4 wide? No. Ooh, it's close. Johnny Benson trying to make a move around Nemechek. Yeah, Benson's moving forward. He needs a good run. He has been terrible. Terrible this season. And now the 2 lap cars are going to make a roadblock for John Andretti. That was close. They're both going to check up, and that might give an opportunity to the Sabco guys. There they go. Wow. Are we going to have potentially 3 wide again? See, all it takes is one time where like they just don't jive together going into the corner, and then that's what causes the cautions that we've had. Oh, Joe Nemechek really dropped off of those guys right there. And now Ricky Rudd. Ricky Rudd looking under Joe Nemechek. Another guy who really needs a good run. Badly. And he makes the pass. Ricky Rudd. Jeez. I'm eating pretzels, and apparently it's making my throat rough. Ricky Rudd still does not have a single top 10 yet this season. In this season here. Not good. Still stuck behind the lappers there. Terry has gotten away from that group. Bill Elliott's all by himself. And then these 3 are still all together. I truly think Bobby Labonte is faster than both of the 2 drivers in front of him. And he might get by Bobby Hamilton here now that these 2 is outside. Whoa. saw that shot there. Jeff Gordon has pulled away big time. Let's see, does Bobby make this pass and stay ahead of him? He will. That's an important pass. Puts him in 7th. Here's 5th, 4th, 3rd. Oh, so okay, so both of these drivers have driven away. So they're side by side. Rusty led the last lap. Gordon going after it. And the more that these guys race, hopefully, the more it'll bring them back to everybody else. Gordon probably won't clear him here because he'll do he'll do the checkup thing again. I have no idea who has led the most laps today. I'm going to guess that at this point it's still Jarrett, but I doubt that it's clinched. Well, there's no way it's clinched by now. Leaders are now catching a lonely Kenny Irwin. Is he a lap down? Yes, he is. These three still nose to tail. Yeah, Bobby's definitely faster than Jeff Burton. I would love to see what he can do if he can get around. Oh, wow. This group has actually caught the three in front. Interesting. Yeah, they're not far away at all. Mayfield making a move. Wow, and Terry back there has already caught up to the back of Bill Elliott. Hmm. The Labonte Bros. Wow. Look at that power move there. Can he actually clear out of turn 1? Yes. That's a big time move by Bobby there. He didn't waste any time. And he is now, he hasn't lost really any ground to the three in front of him. Wub. And Mayfield and Martin being side by side is only going to slow them down more. Mayfield ahead of Martin now. I thought Martin was going to be stronger. Well, it looks like Kenny Irwin has been passed by the leaders. Martin going for another pass. I think we're, what, like 15-ish laps away maybe from pit stops? Maybe? Yeah, this battle here is going to be very interesting. Bobby is carrying the flag for Pontiac. And you see up there, up ahead, Rusty Wallace is still leading. Jeff Gordon cannot find a way by. Let's see what these guys do with Kenny Irwin as they catch him. He's down on pace. And the first two in this line get by right away. If any of these guys get held up in a corner, it's going to potentially make them lose this group. Bobby's by. Jeff Burton's by. Bobby Hamilton has started to lose pace a bit. He's pretty much lost touch, and now he's probably going to get screwed again because he's going to go under Irwin, and if he doesn't clear... Okay, he does. He is going to clear, so hopefully he doesn't do the checkup thing. Okay, he's good. But he has started to lose a bit of his pace. Oh, we got side by side for the lead up there again. Right there, Gordon trying all he can. Rusty has been leading all these laps, despite Gordon getting beside him. See one lap car up ahead again. Way up there. I have a lot of confidence in Gordon's situation though because he does, I mean, he does have like the best pit crew. So as long as his strategy is correct. Kind of shocking that he has only had one win this season so far. Yeah, these two have really pulled away. And, oh yeah, these guys are battling it out. Mark Martin is around Mayfield, and now Jeff Burton's going for a spot on Labonte. My, how the turntables have. And this is keeping Bobby Hamilton in this fight. These guys getting side by side and whatnot. Now let's go back here. Bill Elliott still ahead of Terry, probably in his way. Actually, I guarantee he's in his way. Terry just can't seem to get around him. And then we got John Andretti in 11th. Sterling Marlin in 12th. Solid runs for these two. Johnny Benson, that's a really good run for him in 13th if he's able to hold on. 29th for Schrader now at this point. 14th for Musgrave. Top 15 for Rudd. That's a decent start. Wow, these guys are all kind of grouped up here for this top 15. Joe Nemechek, Jimmy Spencer, Mike Skinner, Kyle Petty, and Wally Dallenbach. They're all... This is all for position here, other than Steve Park. So there's a lot to play for right there. Ricky Rudd was making some good progress, and now it looks like he's kind of stalled out. Hopefully Wally can nail down a top 20. And then way back here, Kevin LePage, 21st. And then Nadeau's a lap down, 22nd, Stick Trickle, and I'm surprised he's as good as he is because I know he's had damage. Oh, caution. What is the caution for now? Alright, let's figure it out. Is it another turn 2 thing? No? I don't know what's going on. I wonder if somebody ran out of fuel again. I'm gonna check one more time. I'm gonna check by pit entry. Oh, he has a pace. Huh. I don't know what the heck is up with Dale Earnhardt, too. I don't know what's going on. No clue. I guess for now we'll call it debris. Rick Mass, Brett Bodine still out there with damaged cars. So I think everybody was pretty close to making their pit stop. And they're going to have to make one more after this. Still 28 cars on the lead lap. I'm interested to see... Um, I don't know what the deal is with Dale Earnhardt. I don't know if he hit somebody in the pits. He didn't look very damaged, but he is not... He went to the very back, and he has had zero progress through the field since the last restart. Let's see who wins the race. It's going to be Rusty, then Gordon, Mark, Mayfield, Bobby. Ooh, Jarrett loses stops in pit lane again. Yeah. And then there's little old Dale. I don't know what his deal is. And then finally Kenny Wallace going out of pit lane on the lead lap. Huh. Oh, nice. Have you received your PC and your monitor in the mail yet, or have they been delivered? Good old Tim. Tim and his big strong hands. Well, good luck with all that stuff. Hopefully that all works out. Have you guys gotten snow yet? It's been pretty snowy here for the well, almost 24 hours now. We're getting some inches now. So in looking at the running order, Dale Jarrett's pit crew has sucked, and Jeff Burton's pit crew has kind of sucked because They lost him at least maybe 2 spots. Jarrett's lost multiple spots. I think the guys to watch on this restart are going to be the Labonte brothers. This is by far the best position that Bobby has been in on one of these restarts. And feel like the leaders are probably going to get in or get away pretty quickly this restart too, because I see Kenny Irwin is leading the bottom line, and we know he's down on straight line speed. So, I don't know. I'm hoping that Labani can go up there and mix it up with these guys. So since we have one more pit stop to make, I don't know if the AI are going to try to split it half and half. You know, they could pit. I mean, the fuel window will open up at about lap 160. If we want to split in half, they'll, pit around lap 170, 171. Or they could run the tank out and pit around lap 76-ish. So it'll be interesting to see. Or we might, nobody might pit before a caution comes out. Who knows? Alright, here we go. Restart. Rusty Wallace on point this time. While our drivers are scrambling back there trying to get around the lappers. I know Terry Labonte got kind of screwed. He lost at least one spot already. Oh, and they're 2 by 2. Dale Jarrett's getting screwed all over again. Side by side for the lead. And Gordon clears him just like that. That was quick. And now Mark Martin. But I think he's going to check up here. Yep, there he goes. And that's going to allow Wallace and Gordon to skirt on away for now. And look at that. Look at Bobby Labonte. He is right there on top of these guys all of a sudden. He is past Bobby Hamilton. Well, he's been past Bobby Hamilton, trying to get by Mayfield. This is his first try against these top 5 drivers. Wallace and Gordon have broken away. They're honestly the 2 favorites right now. Can Bobby clear Mayfield? I think he did. Yes. Bobby is clear of Mayfield. Here comes Bobby Hamilton. He's probably not going to make the pass. And that might make him lose a spot to Dale Jarrett in turn. Yes, it will. And that might make Hamilton lose a lot of ground. And Joe Nemechek all the way down to the checkers there with Kyle Petty back there. That's all for position. Hamilton trying his best to hold off Bill Elliott. And they're both kind of caught behind Schrader. And you see there in the background, here's Terry Labonte, still in 10th place, but he's got 2 lappers in between him and the next car for position. And he's the one driver that really hasn't had a chance to fight with any of these lead lap guys up in the front, because once he got to 10th, he was all by himself. Really, same with Bill Elliott. He was kind of in the same boat. Looks like no change up front. There goes Ted Musgrave to the bottom, trying to get by Terry. Terry's struggling with those two lap cars, and now I think Musgrave's going to get all of them. He's going to pass all three of those cars. He will. And that he might actually shoehorn his way through to help Terry get by him as well. It just stinks that Terry loses a spot in the process. But oh well. So Musgrave back into the top 10 for the time being. These three are stuck behind Schrader. Schrader's not a very slow car, so it's not easy. Possibly 3 wide down into turn 3. Yikes. Burton's going to check up. That's going to maybe leave an opening for Bill Elliott, potentially. Looking for Dale Earnhardt back there. There he is. Again, Dale's like the... I don't get it. He must have damage from... That's the only thing I can think of. Even though his car visually doesn't look damaged. Because Dale's all of a sudden, like, just terrible. Like, he wasn't fantastic, but he was certainly top 15 worthy. If not top 10. Another 3 wide into turn 2. I don't like that. I hate it when they do that. That's going to bottle all these guys up. That's going to bring Terry back into the mix. That'll bring Johnny Benson into the mix. Boy, these guys are really going at it. So all at the back half of the top 10. It'll bring Johnny Andretti into the mix. Yeah, these guys are all grouped together. These are all pretty evenly matched cars now, too. Mike Skinner up there. He must have had a pretty decent restart. Bobby Hamilton got by Schrader, and now he's actually building a gap. And look at the gap up to the leaders. The gap up to the leaders is huge now because these guys are just struggling so much getting by the lap cars and also trying to get by each other. Terry's having to check up behind Jeff Burton. Johnny Andretti has now gotten by Musgrave. Terry got by Musgrave. Terry's now making it 3 wide, but he's going to do the checkup thing again, and now he's going to lose ground. Jeff Burton, is he on the inside of Bill Elliott? I don't know if he will be in turn 1. Here comes Musgrave again. Rinse and repeat. It looks like Terry will at least be clear of Schrader now. So will Andretti, and maybe Musgrave as well. 3 wide behind him. That was this battle. That's for a potential top 15. I said that there was going to be a lot of like blown engines and stuff today, and I don't think we've seen a single one. They've all been damage induced. Yeah, they've all been from crashes. The only thing, I don't know about Ward Burton's thing, the tire thing. I don't know if that was from a contact or not. I assume it was. Everybody else had damage before they were out of the race. So Mast and Irwin are 2 laps down. Little, Jeff Bodine, Presley, Nadu, and Schrader are all 1 down, and everybody else is on the lead lap. And Dale Earnhardt again, the last car on the lead lap for some reason. Let's go back up front. So Dale Jarrett's there. Mayfield making a move on Bobby, so it looks like Bobby's stalled out. He got around Mayfield, but has since stalled out. Jarrett's pretty solid in the long run, so he might actually, despite the bad pit stops today, might be able to get his way back up through there. This will give Bobby Labonte a little bit of space for a lap or two. And then here's the top three. Martin has actually run these two down. Wallace and Gordon actually, whoa, they actually got away from everybody at the start. And Martin's been able to run them down. The best battles consistently have been right in this area. Looks like 7th on back. Looks like Bobby Hamilton's actually lost a spot to Jeff Burton. Now Bill Elliott getting around Terry Labonte. Looks like the best that Bill Elliott's looked all day. And John Andretti looking for a top 10. That's, other than when the field was all topsy-turvy, this is probably the highest up that Andretti's been all day on pace. And Musgrave's still back there, hanging in there. And I think, yeah, Bill Elliott's, I think, gonna make this pass. Yes. Eh. Yes, barely. And you see every restart too, like Skinner seems to be pretty decent on the restarts, and then he just fades. And sadly, looks like Terry's fading at the moment. I mean, technically, this is pretty relatively early in the run still. If this turns into a long run, we may see Terry get better. He's going for a move. But at the same time, you would hope that if they were just straight up better than the other guys, that they would just, once they got that track position, they would just keep it. And Terry is unable to do so. And he's going to check up again out of 3. And that's going to hurt John Andretti and might gift at least one spot to Musgrave. 3 wide behind them. And Jerry Nadeau going all the way to the bottom. It's nice that you really don't know who is going to be the best. And here's Dale Jarrett trying to get around Bobby Labonte. So yeah, Labonte just does, he's got a good car, but it's not good enough to really consistently compete with these top 5 today. He can on a restart, but he's unable to, at least at the moment. There's nothing saying that those 3 can't run down this 3 right here. We've seen it earlier today. And at the moment, I truly feel like Mark Martin now has the best car. It keeps changing. You know, early on, I'd say Dale Jarrett had the best car. Then I thought Gordon had the best car. Then I thought Rusty Wallace had the best car. And I think there was a time at the beginning, too, where Mark Martin was leading. And now I think Mark has the best car again. They're all close. They're just not really, there's not a whole lot going on. You can definitely tell that Dale Jarrett is faster than Bobby Labonte. Just having a hard time getting around him. Everybody else back there has now gone into single file, which I'm very interested to see if that big group from 7th on back, 7th to like 12th or so, I wonder if they can actually run these guys down. I'm going to guess no, but it could happen. Coming around for 50 to go. And Jarrett still trying just anything he can do. He might try the outside in turn 3 this time. This one might work. He's able to stay on Bobby's quarter panel. Nope, can't do it. Oh, side by side for second. Mark Martin again. Just got to be careful because the more you battle, the more susceptible you are to letting that leader go. But Mark can't just sit and wait around. Now he's side by side, but I don't think he's going to clear him. See, and look at what this does now. Mark's not going to make this pass, and then that's basically just giving free time to Gordon there, that whole lap. They are catching up to Irwin. And now same thing has happened here. These two have been battling, and now Mayfield has pulled away. And it looks like John Andretti has lost touch with this group just a little bit. Looks like Musgrave trying to make a move on him. And you also got Hamilton trying to hold off Bill Elliott. This is probably the best that Bill Elliott has been all day. Elliott has run in the top 10 today, but this is probably the best he's looked. Terry just kind of hanging in there again. He's got solid running pace. He just hasn't really been great at passing today. We got a little battle going on here with the Roush teammates. So we did have Musgrave going for a pass on Andretti, and it actually turned into Musgrave losing a spot to Benson, and now Benson's going after Andretti. Jimmy Spencer 14th, 15th, and 16th with Rudd and Marlin. Again, Marlin's running a little bit worse than you'd expect him to. He's running amongst cars that have been consistently worse than him this season. Looks like he will get by Ricky Rudd. And it looks like Skinner trying to make a comeback. And LePage back there hanging in the top 20. Marlin in 15th. 16th for Rudd, 17th for Skinner, 18th for LePage, 19th for Kyle Petty, and 20th is Dick Trickle with, well, he had contact earlier, we'll just say that. 21st for Wally, and again, it looks like Joe Nemechek's dropped back again. He was fighting for like possibly a top 10, and now he's outside the top 20 again. Pretty sure Michael Walter has some damage. It's not very visible, but I think he was in some stuff earlier. Presley not on the lead lap. Kenny Wallace one of the last ones on the lead lap. Lake Speed. These cars are back here all damaged. And for whatever reason, no clue why. I mean, it's perfectly clean looking. But something is up with Dale Earnhardt's car. And so he's slow. And it looks like finally these guys are catching the lap car of Kenny Irwin. And yeah, Mark Martin trying his best to get around Kenny Wallace. Or Rusty Wallace, I mean. These guys are catching Irwin very quickly. Ooh, could Mark use the lap car as a pick? I was wondering. That was almost a collision. He certainly created an opportunity for himself. We'll see if he can make the pass. This could be huge. Oh, he's so close. But if he's not mostly clear by here, I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's going to get that checkup effect again. You see Mayfield way back there. He can't seem to run these guys down. And right there. Yep. Can't do it. So again, he's got to fall back in line. Where's the next lap car? It's Dale, actually. Okay. These three are pretty spread out now. Jarrett has tried so hard to get by Bobby Labonte, has been unsuccessful, and I think now has probably worn his stuff out. I like this camera. I like the static flyby cameras. Yeah, these guys are getting pretty spread out now. Now this group's spreading out. It's now Burton, Elliott. Terry Labonte has now gotten around Bobby Hamilton. So Bobby's kind of dropped back a little bit. Back to 10th. And there's John Andretti. And then the two Roush boys back there chasing him down. So yeah, there's definitely more comers and goers. And we are getting really close to being in the fuel window to make it to the end. You might even see some gamblers here in the next few laps. And I have no idea how it's going to play out. I don't know if they're going to pit when the fuel window opens, or if they're going to run the tank dry, or if they're going to try to split it even. It'll be one of those three. Thought I saw some smoke there for a second in turn one. Marlin 14th. Jimmy Spencer 15th. Decent run for him. Ricky Rudd 16th. Skinner 17th. These guys all really spreading out. This group's kind of together right now. Kyle Petty, Steve Park the lap car, Dick Trickle, and then these guys battling for 20th. 20th, 21st, 22nd, all right there in a group. And Jerry Nadeau being Jerry Nadeau. It's probably the least amount of side-by-side battles on the track at one time that we've seen this whole day. Yeah, this group might change up a little bit more still. And these three, again, still pretty even. And again, Martin just cannot find a way around Rusty Wallace. I think pit stops here, whenever they come, if they do, pit stops are going to be a big deal. And there's the 3 car. We'll be catching him in the next few laps. And there's a few other lap cars up ahead, but I think I'm going to guess that... Whoa! I'm going to guess that pit stops will be happening before they catch all of that traffic. Let's see this time. Does Mark clear him this time? Nope, not going to do it. Ooh, Gordon caught Earnhardt in the worst spot. I don't think it's going to cost him the lead. It'll cost him a little bit of time. And now Wallace is going to have to deal with him. Well, I think he's going to get away with it. Yeah, he caught him on the exit of 3. He'll lose a little bit of momentum, but not too bad. Mark Martin catches him in the best spot. Ooh, he actually has a run. Is he going to take it down in turn 1? He will, side by side. And again, nope. Wasn't in there far enough. Looking here at another battle in the background. Bobby Labonte has either revitalized or Mayfield has fallen off. And now Bobby trying to repass Mayfield. And he's going to get that pass done. And Jarrett's going to try to follow him through now. And I don't think he'll... No, Jarrett's not going to get through. He's going to have to try again. Oh man, Jarrett's got to be so frustrated because he's got a good car. He's just had a hard time in traffic and an even worse time on pit road. Robert Presley in the pits. Don't know if that's mechanical or if that's an actual pit stop. These guys still pretty similar. Bobby Hamilton has really fallen into the clutches of these 3 other drivers. And Kenny Irwin might play a factor here, as these guys are going to lap him pretty soon. Well, Musgrave got the short end of the stick there because he was the only one who wasn't able to pass the lap car all at once there. See that gap now. Looks like Terry's all over Bill Elliott. Just can't make the pass. And it looks like these guys got by these 2. I was wondering if, with there being 2 lap cars there at once, if that was going to cause any issues. And now they're catching more lap traffic. I'm surprised, and they still haven't pitted yet. Traffic's getting heavier. If I was these drivers, I would... I mean, it's not many cars, but still, it's enough to make you lose time. Have anybody else retired? No. Presley's now 5 laps down, so he pitted with some kind of problem. And there's going to be... Well, there's 2 more cars put a lap down. Oh, and Gordon gets by... Well, he gets by all but 1, but then the other 2 guys have both these lap cars to get by. That is going to massively slow down Mark Martin and and Rusty Wallace. Oh, and he still can't get by. Yep, now Gordon is finally clear. Here comes Rusty. Oh, that was close. And they're both stuck. This is why you just pit. I mean, obviously they're AI. They don't know. But You got traffic like this and you're in your fuel window, you might as well just pit. Now they're 3 wide. Rusty going through the middle. If he makes this work, that's actually a good move, and he does. It's a good job by Rusty making the best out of that situation. And Mark did just, I mean, part of it was luck, but he could have made it 3 wide down the long pond straight, and he didn't. So now Gordon has a second and a half lead, which in this race is a pretty big lead. Next lap car is not up until Lake Speed, which he is 24th. And finally, these two are getting by the last lap car, Rick Mast. That was a struggle. That's the perfect thing to happen for Gordon there at the end of that cycle. And we'll have to keep an eye out for when these guys pit, because it's got to be... Like I said, if they run the tank dry, they can go till probably like lap 175 or 6 or something like that. Oops. Lake Speed pits. There you go. And he is up on the jack. There's Mayfield. He's doing the same thing. Same thing that Gordon did, but with different drivers. He's going to get clear. Jarrett's actually going to go to the outside of Little. See how this works. Jeff Bodine doing what Bodine does. Being in the way. Yep, see, this is going to create separation. Another 3 wide into the tunnel turn, which is sketchy. I can't believe the AI can even do that. Such a narrow, dangerous turn. And it looks like, again, changing position, just like for second. Bobby Labonte does the same thing to Jarrett. You know, although he did have to check up with... Oh, now here comes Little. He's coming to the pits. And looks like Dale Earnhardt's going to pit as well. Rick Mast is in. A bunch of the slower guys are in the pits now. And now here comes Jarrett back on Labonte. Can't do it though. And look at the gap it's made up to Mayfield. And now taking a look at the leaders, seeing if they can run Jeff Gordon back down. It's stupid that I get excited about these AI races just watching them, but it's actually fun. You just don't know what's going to happen. There was a game I used to have when I was a kid called, well, I think we still have it, but called Sports Car GT. It was from like 1998 or 9 or something. It was an IMSA game basically before I even knew what IMSA was. And I would just set up races all the time with AI and just watch what happens. Alright, next cars to go. So now we're starting to get cars pitting. So now traffic is going to be changing for these guys. So Earnhardt's right there. He's about to go another lap down. But he has made his last pit stop. I want to keep an eye on these leaders because I don't know when they'll make their last stop. But the field is... Oh, Gordon looks pretty slow. I wonder if he's pitting. I think Gordon's pitting here. Yep, here he comes. So Gordon's pitting. Wallace is pitting. Martin's pitting. Okay. Looks like some other guys have already made their stops. See, Nadu's in. Skinner is already pitted. Yeah, a bunch of the front runners have already pitted. So Hamilton, is he going to take the lead over? Doesn't look like it. Nope, he's pitting. Michael Waltrip, is he going to take the lead over? He might. Although, gonna have to go around again. Let me go back to where Gordon is real quick. Okay, he's in the pits. I'm going to keep an eye on the leaderboard here to see how it cycles, but there you go. There's the pit stop. And it looks like Martin gets ahead of Wallace, so that's important. But again, Gordon with a really good stop, and I think he actually extended his lead over these two. Now it's going to come down to who does best in traffic and who has the best car for 30 laps. I want to see on the leaderboard if anybody gets a bonus point for leading a lap. It'll be once these guys come back around. We'll see how it updates. Luckily for these guys, they got past those three cars on the cycle, those three lappers. Hmm. So did Gordon actually never relinquish the lead for a lap? I guess he didn't. Huh. Interesting. Okay. At least when I was looking at it. So, update. So that puts Mayfield in fourth all by himself. Dale Jarrett is now right with Bobby Labonte as he was. Right here and here. And they have dropped off of Mayfield, so Mayfield must have had a much better stop than those guys. And then another big gap back to these two. And you know what? I don't see Bill Elliott in the picture. I don't even see him in the top 10 anymore. So we'll have to follow up on that. I want to see real quick how Jeff Burton gets by Terry. Jeff Burton's another one. He's been fast this year, but he's had his issues. He has struggled with consistency. Terry gonna get by as well, I think. Yes. Well, he's fighting him. And you know what? Mayfield has actually cut into that lead quite a bit that last lap. Alright, now next is John Andretti by himself pretty much in ninth. Oh, that's 9th, 10th, 11th right there. So Hamilton, not only did he have a pretty rough ending to his stint, he also did not have a very good pit cycle. Johnny Benson's just kind of basically where he was, but he's gapped the guys behind him at least. Musgrave quite a bit behind. Sterling Marlin 13th. Decent recovery considering having a really rough start to the race. 14th Jimmy Spencer. Something must have happened to Bill Elliott, guys. Skinner 15th. Really good run for that team. 27th now for... there he is, Bill Elliott. Yeah, he just keeps going laps down. Man, that's rough. Bill's been pretty solid this year, but it's like when he has a bad finish, it's a really bad finish. Like I think he's had like 2 last place finishes and a next to last or something like that. And now he's pretty much on pace to get 36th. He's the last car scored, but at this rate, he's pretty much done. Everybody else still... Ooh, LePage must have had a very bad cycle. He's 1 lap down 29th. He was in the top 20. So he must have had some issues. Dale Earnhardt's up to 26 despite being slow. 23 cars on the lead lap. Kenny Walls 22nd. Let me look. I'm going to go back. Anyway, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th. Skinner might be able to get Spencer. Ricky Rudd all by himself in 16th. And here comes 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st. So they're still pretty close. So Joe Nemechek has actually gained a few spots. He's gained about 4 spots since we last looked at him. Still not the run that he would have expected. And another car for position way back there. That's Wally Dallenbach. It's pretty much the last cars that are competitive. Kenny Wallace doesn't look like he's got damage, but he's been slow. Still, 20 seconds a good run for how he's been. And then the leader. And it looks like Rusty Wallace has actually caught Mark Martin. Oh, and they both got by Lake Speed and Kevin LePage. Something has happened to LePage, too. He is now... He's fast enough to get around Lake Speed, but... He is definitely... Something happened. He doesn't have a very good team, so I don't think his pit crew is very good. What's the interval? So Gordon's opened up about a tenth and a half. And man, I don't think it can happen. You see back there that white hood that Jeremy Mayfield has now taken the lead. I mean, it was like 8 seconds, I think, when the pit cycle ended, and now it's down to 6.4. What is it this lap? 6.27. That's, I mean, he's taken a tenth out a lap, but that's not enough. He's going to need to take out about, well, it'd probably be about 2.5 tenths per lap if he's going to catch these guys. But then that's not even counting, he's got to get by the 2 and the 6 first, and then get up to the 24 and get by him. And he's also got these lap cars too. But very good recovery from, well, not even a recovery, just a good run. And then these two that can't seem to get away from each other. Jarrett and Labonte. And then the other Labonte in the background. I'm glad we at least had one clean pit cycle. With no tomfoolery. Although part of me is curious what a restart would look like, especially if it was less than 10 laps to go and they didn't have the lap cars up there. The good short run cars like Mark Martin, like Rusty Wallace, like Bobby Labonte today, they could really make a difference in the late going. And especially with Mayfield, like how he's all of a sudden come on. See, what was the interval last lap? 6.05. That was that was 2 tenths that he gained last lap. I don't know. He probably won't gain that much this lap because he didn't catch the lappers in a good spot at all. Yeah, he lost a tenth. I will say, these two have caught Gordon now by about 4 tenths. And Gordon, I think, is catching a lapper. Yeah, he's catching Kenny Wallace, which Wallace might not be as easy to pass as some of the others because he's not like terribly down on power or anything. And he's on the lead lap. So depending on where Gordon catches him, it could make things interesting. See Mayfield back there still. And as long as these guys are not side by side, they'll keep running fast laps. But I know that Rusty will move to the inside if he has an opportunity. So that lap, they lost a tenth. And here comes Rusty, so this is going to make it worse. Gordon goes to the inside of Kenny Wallace, makes that pass. And these guys are going to slow each other down. If Rusty's faster, then yeah, just go. But if he doesn't clear, it looks like he didn't, and he might clear him in turn 2, though. Yeah, he will, I think. Yes. So they're going to lose time this lap as well. But if Rusty's faster, we'll see. And now Mayfield has cleared that traffic. And I believe, well, I'm going to have to keep an eye on this interval here. 9 seconds to 5th place. I have not been paying attention to see if they have been catching leaders or not. It doesn't really matter because they're not going to, it's not going to make a difference. But alright, so now that gap is back up to a 1.5 seconds, which is basically identical to what it was at the start of the cycle, or the start of this run. Lap traffic's about 2/3 of a straightaway ahead. Rusty needs to tell his brother to get out of the way. That's that's gonna be really helpful or really hurtful to his chances. And the gap back to Mayfield is now back over 7 seconds. And I think that's mainly because of the traffic. Although I think Mayfield's been out of traffic for the last maybe lap or two. Yeah, Rusty needs to make this pass now. Going down into turn 1 just like Gordon did. And not have any issue. Alright, there he goes. Mark's going to follow him too. Okay, that's not terrible. And also, they gained like almost 4/10 that lap. 1.13 seconds is the gap. That is not much at all. And the gap back to the 12 cars under 7 seconds again. Huh. Gordon did not have a good last lap for some reason, even though he's completely in the clear. Still a lot of racing to go. There's still, 17 laps left. What's the gap this time? 0.62 seconds. Gordon's car has fallen off a cliff all of a sudden. And they are only halfway through this run, essentially. A little more than halfway through this run. And they got traffic. They're going to be catching the next few laps, too. That is a bad, bad sign for Gordon. And on top of that, we know it's a big gap back to the 12 car, but if Gordon holds these guys up and they just kind of race like this, that could bring Mayfield into this. It looks like a big gap, I know it is, but these guys will lose substantial amounts of time if Gordon is this slow and they start racing and they can't get by him. Yeah, they are right on top of him pretty much now. Not quite in striking distance, but they just took another 2/10 out of him. And what about back to Mayfield? Almost half a second that lap. And now the gap back to 5th and 6th is under 9 seconds. Gap back to 7th and 8th is under 14 seconds. Everyone is catching Jeff Gordon. Johnny Benson, top 10. Great run for him. Hopefully he can hold on. There they are. They are on top of Gordon now. But if see, that's the thing. Mark Martin might make a run or try to make a pass on Rusty before Rusty can actually make a pass on Gordon, which is just going to continuously slow them all down. Yeah, Mark actually looks like the fastest car. He actually got loose right there. That's going to kill his run. And now the interval's pretty much irrelevant because they're right there. And it looks like the gap back to Mayfield actually didn't change. It actually went up by 0.01. Another 10th taken out by the 7th and 8th place car. And there's some big traffic that these guys are on pace to catch. That is easily the biggest traffic that they've had all day long, and it's right. So you got these two cars, not a big deal. But then you got this. This could really, really affect the winner of this race. I mean, that's a big gap. I mean, look, they're 3 wide. They're doing all kinds of stuff. And it might thin out a little bit by the time the leaders get to them, but it very well could. I mean, you got guys racing for position too. You got these are not very slow cars. Wally Dallenbach 17th. Kyle Petty taking 17th. Um, Joe Nemechek right there. He's a 6th place qualifying car. Dick Trickle in there. And here you go, side by side for second. So it looks like the gaps back to the 9th and 10th place cars are still growing despite all this going on. But that's kind of irrelevant anyways. They're over or almost half a lap down. Now this time Mark did not get loose, but he also doesn't really have a run. See what the gap is back to the 12 car this time. Oh, and a caution's out. Caution is out. Oh, what happened? Is it this? No? Alright, so I've had 2 times now where I have not been able to find the cause of caution, and I don't know what the deal is. Right there. Oh, Jimmy Spencer. Oh, he got clipped by Bodine. Oh, you hate to see it. A lap car. These cars aren't even on the same lap as Spencer, and he hooks him, almost takes out Earnhardt in the process. Yeah, I hate to see it. Honestly, I kind of wanted that to stay green because it was shaping up to be at least a 3-car battle, and I wanted to see them guys catch the traffic. But now it's going to be a sprint, which honestly is probably going to be oh! No way. The implications cannot get any bigger. I pan over to Jeff Gordon and he's blowed up. Wow, incredible. Let's see. I have a feeling that this happened another time. Like on another race that I did. Where it was right at the end and they were pacing and Jeff Gordon blew up. Whoa. He is the only car to actually blow up without damage today. And he's the freaking leader with 10 laps. Gonna be less than 10 laps to go. That is wild. I love the drama that this game makes, man. So now, let's set the stage. Well, we're going to have a pit stop. I'm sure everybody's going to be pitting. Even though they don't have to. It'd be cool if somebody decided to stay out on old tires, but I doubt it. I bet the AI is all just going to pit. So you got Rusty Wallace, Mark Martin. Mark Martin's probably had the better pit crew today. Then you got a lap car. Mayfield is a real, like, he needed this caution. He could potentially steal this. He was really good at Pocono in real life, and like I said, this race was where he got his first career win in real life, so. Lap car, Bobby Labonte, he's been good on the short run. Dale Jarrett has been frustrated all day and has had terrible pit stops. We'll see how that works out. Jeff Burton, pole sitter, been good. Terry's been good. Bobby Hamilton, he's kind of been fading. Everybody behind is kind of like not really a race-winning car. All right, let's take a look. Let's watch pit lane 1. And we will take a look. And Bill Elliott's still sitting in pits. That's weird. So it's looking like Bill Elliott's going to end up 36th. And yeah, Gordon's going to end up 35th out of all that. Wow. Ignition. So 21 cars are still left on the lead lap. Dale Earnhardt's still one lap down. Schrader potentially on this restart could get all the way up to 21st spot. He's got a fast enough car to do it. He just needs to not have so much issues with traffic on the restarts. Holy crap, guys, is that... I'm pretty sure pit lane was open that time, wasn't it? Or are those just... Oh, okay, so those are just... So nobody came in. Lake Speed and Brett Bodine, and are they even on the lead lap? No, they're not. So I don't think... Let me go back. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so everybody stayed out. Everybody stayed out. So if that's the case, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this helps that guy right there. Because he appeared to be the fastest car consistently on the track at the time of caution. Now, maybe it falls into Mark Martin's hands because he seemed to be really fast. He just couldn't get by Rusty and Jeff. But I don't know. And it's gonna be a straight up restart, or at least hopefully the game does it properly. This is supposed to be a restart with lap cars to the back and not double file. So we'll see how the game does it. And I really, really hope that the game forces these lap cars like Kenny Wallace, Robert Presley to the back, because I really don't want them guys to impede the finish. So we're going to have 9 laps to go when all this is going green. I'm interested to see what Bodine and Lake Speed back there do. They're 1 lap down. Um, but they very well could make some progress. Who knows? They do have damage, though. There goes Gordon, dropping down the order for some more. And now, after him being taken out, the top Chevy is now Terry Labonte yet again. Seems like it is every week almost. And in fact, there are only 2 Chevys in the top 10. Bobby Labonte in 7th, or Terry Labonte in 7th, Bobby Hamilton in 8th, and 2 Pontiacs actually. Bobby Labonte in 4th, and John Andretti in 10th, and the rest are Fords. That's the thing. The Chevys might have won the manufacturer's title in real life in '98, but it was only because Gordon won almost half the races. If Gordon doesn't win almost half the races, there's not really anyone else there. I mean, really. 11th is Sterling Marlin. 12th, Musgrave. 13th, Skinner. That's a good run. 14th is Rudd. 15th, Kyle Petty. That's good runs for them guys. 16th, Wally Dallenbach. Good run for him. But it's not over yet, and it looks like Jimmy Spencer is still on the lead lap, 20th. See what he is last on the lead lap. See what he can do. All right, and sadly, it looks like they're leaving the lap cars up front, which I don't remember how they did it in real life, but I'm pretty sure they forced the lap cars to go to the back. So that's really going to hurt Mayfield's chances. And with Presley in there too, that's going to hurt everybody else's chances. But here we go, green flag. Here they go fanning out. Hopefully nobody gets a penalty. Mayfield needs to get by Kenny Wallace is like into turn one. Oh, oh, they're wrecking. They are wrecking. Well, I'm gonna keep an eye on the leaders real quick. Want to see if there's any change. Because this has got to be. Yep, the yellow is out. We will get another restart though. What is gonna happen here? I saw Sterling Marlin all sideways. Oh, what the? Okay. They gotta race it to the line. Big gaggle of cars right here. Still racing to the line. Mayfield is all over these guys. He's not going to have a chance to make a move, though. Martin's going to make it interesting. He's going to look to the inside. Race to the line. And by 9/100ths of a second, Rusty Wallace hangs on. But we will get another restart. Alright, I got to look at what happened again. Of course, I talked about how good Sterling Marlin was doing. What happened? Sterling Marlin moves out. Ah. Oh. Oh. It was... Oh. It was all caused by Irwin. Irwin was off pace. Andretti kind of didn't really know how to get by him. Irvin goes inside of Andretti, and they all kind of just funnel into Marlin, who's an innocent victim. And then the most innocent victim is Musgrave. Bam! Into the outside wall. Whoa, that is a... Oh my goodness. That is a massive wreck. Let's see here. Let's spectator. I don't think that'll give a very good view of it. We'll try it. Yeah. John Andretti piled in there. You see them guys up there. Who else was in that? We'll take multiple looks at it here, because we're going to have a minute anyway. I think Schrader was in it. Ricky Rudd, Wally Dallenbach. Good job by by Dale here getting around it. I think LePage is in it a little bit. Ken Schrader, Dick Trickle, Nadu, Little. How Petty slid through the grass. Irwin, oh my goodness, Lake Speed. This is a it's a realistic wreck though. I mean, actually. That is a massive accident. Let's go on board with somebody. Let's go way in the back. Let's see here. Let's go in on board with Lake Speed. Well, we'll do chase cam. See here. Oh, tried to full throttle through it and that didn't work. Brett Bodine full throttled through it. Where was I want to see Kyle Petty. What did he do? He went through the grass. Wow, look at that wreck avoidance. Sometimes the comms do great wreck avoidance. Ooh, he got shoved down there a little bit. That was actually a good job. See, Dale Earnhardt might get himself a decent finish today. Get him just pinned up to the wall. Whoa! He got so lucky. Ricky Rudd blasted into the car that he's going to drive in a few years. Oh! And Ted Musgrave, I don't know how that car is even rolling. He's the one that went up on his side. Oh! Hit by Andretti, up on his side, back on his wheels. Steve Park was in there as well. Let's take a look at Andretti's view. Yeah, Andretti just He had Irwin moved over. I didn't notice that at first. Irwin actually moved over and caused all that. True that. Brett Bodine is definitely good at bowling. Wally Dallenbach. Haven't seen his look yet. Chad Little. Frustrating day for him. Michael Waltrip might be able to keep going. He actually stopped it. Brett Bodine already had all that rear end damage. That's the funny thing. Yeah, he pretty much bowled in there. He didn't slow down much, did he? Wow. All right. Well, let's take a breath. Want to see. Let's just make sure nobody pitted. Okay. They haven't pitted. So after all that, we got Rusty first. Second is Mark Martin. Third is... So that's all the same. But no lap car now. So now the first lap car isn't until... Whoa. Isn't until Kenny Wallace back here. So now the top 7 are all straight up now. That's good. I don't think pit lane... I think pit lane's open probably to the lap down cars now. Anyway. Jeff Burton into the top 5. Yeah, Dale Jarrett 6th. Terry Labonte 7th. Bobby Hamilton 8th. 9th now is Johnny Benson. And 10th is actually Sterling Marlin, but he's got damage. He's got his side all ripped up, and he might end up being slow. Yeah, you see his sides all tore up. So after that, Mike Skinner, he looks clean. Mike Skinner's clean. He could end up getting a top 10 today. Bodine's not on lead lap. Kyle Petty has some damage, but he might be okay. Spencer actually was the previous caution. And Dale Earnhardt squeaked his way into the top 20, even though he's not on the lead lap. Joe Nemechek is on the lead lap, but slow. Nadu, Michael Waltrip on the lead lap. He might be okay. And then Dick Trickle's on the lead lap, which I don't know what happened with him. I'm going to look at his view. He ended up pitting too. So I wonder if he'll be faster than some people. Let's see what happened with him. Oh, yeah, he got into it a little bit. So after that, there's going to be a few guys. Yeah, look at that. Little, Musgrave, Rudd, Bodine, Schrader, Andretti, Dallenbach, Speed, Irwin, all retired after that. And we'll drop down pretty low in the order. Alright, here we go. This will be the last restart. But now it's straight up. Let's see, can Rusty hold on for 4 more laps? Pretty even restart. You see Bobby Hamilton moving out of line. Johnny Benson moving out of line. Good start from Rusty. Oh, and Mayfield misses turn 1. Here comes Labonte. Well, now Mayfield's got momentum on the high side of that. Now Jeff Burton's actually pressuring Labonte. And he might... it's hard to say who's going to get who. Not a great turn 2 for Rusty here. Will Mark Martin actually enter on the high side? Whoa! Mayfield with a big move. He's not going to make that clear though. That's not a good decision because he's going to check up. Same with Dale Jarrett and Bobby Hamilton in the background. And now you'll see everybody fan out trying to take advantage of their momentum. See Terry Labonte into the mix with his brother now. Bobby doesn't have any momentum. 3 wide into turn 1 maybe. Nope, they thin it out. And the top 2 have now gotten away just like they have like all day long. It's been 2 drivers. Doesn't really matter who it is. Mark Martin looks fast. He looks way faster than Rusty right now. And he's actually looking to his outside. And, well, it didn't take long for Mayfield to gain that distance back. Wow, Terry Labonte is actually on the inside of Bobby to pass him. That's surprising. And again, Mark Martin can't make any moves because Mayfield keeps sticking his nose in. And again, he checks up. So now again, Jeff Burton coming into the mix. 2 to go. Well, look at Terry. Look at Terry. Is he going to do something? Whoa, man. Mayfield chopped right across the nose of Jeff Burton right there. And again, they single file it out. If Martin could just get a little bit of peace of mind away from the 12 car, he's stuck in that Penske sandwich. And he might be able to get Rusty, but every time they go down to turn 3, Mayfield makes a move and he's going to do it again. And it's not going to help Mayfield any, but what it does is it helps his teammate. Ooh, and this time he might actually get him. Nope. Yeah, I was stupid for thinking that. He's not going to do that. White flag. Here we go. We're going to fan out one more time. Both Labonte brothers going to the low side. Unable to make anything happen, though. And this time, though, Mayfield is going to have to deal with Jeff Burton. Jeff Burton gets to the inside of Mayfield. So now, Mark Martin might have one chance. I don't think he's going to get him, though. He might have one chance. Look at Jeff Burton. What a recovery it's been for the pole sitter. Not a great race today, but is potentially going to get a top 5. Here we go. One last time. Can Mark actually make a run on the outside? This could be a race-winning move. The bottom doesn't work. If he can stay to his outside and make Rusty do the checkup thing. Can he do it? Oh, he did it. He did it. It's going to be a drag race, and Mark Martin wins it with the outside maneuver. Mark Martin wins it. Have you ever? That is the only move that would work in turn 3 because they, like I said, if anybody that made a move on the inside, they would check up on the exit and then it would just kill it. You could only make a move in turn 3 if you were way, like, pretty much clear entering the corner, or if you made the move on the outside, and that's exactly what Mark Martin did. And on his only option, his only attempt, because he was dealing with that 12 car. That is awesome. So what did I say? That was his 3rd win of the season, I think. Yeah, his 3rd win of the season. That ties him for the most with Dale Jarrett, and that is, again, that's the points leader. Mark Martin, the points leader. So he will extend his points lead. So he's got over one full race in hand going to the road course at Sonoma. That was awesome. I'm just going to save. Just cancel that for now. I want to make sure I save these standings first. Point system sucks. Why? Let's see here. Export. Not gonna forget this time. Well, what do you mean? We're not even far into the championship yet. All right, so looking at the standings, we got Mark Martin wins, Rusty Wallace second, who's going to be heartbroken. Jeremy Mayfield third, Jeff Burton fourth, great recovery. So top four are Fords. Bobby Labonte fifth, Terry Labonte sixth, good run for him. Dale Jarrett seventh. He's not already the champ. He's just got a decent lead. I mean, a couple bad races and he's right back down there, which in AI terms that can easily happen. Bobby Hamilton 8th, Johnny Benson 9th, and Mike Skinner 10th. Really good runs for those two guys. Jamie Spencer with damage gets 11th, so he must not have been that slow from it. Kyle Petty 12th, Sterling Marlin 3rd. Yeah, all them guys actually had damage. Yeah, Michael Waltrip 14th, Nemechek 15th. That's still good runs for all these guys, except for Marlin. You'd expect him to run a little better. Kenny Wallace, Ernie Irvin, Dale Earnhardt manages to get it top 20. Jerry Nadeau, top 20. Look at that. That's a good run for that team, all things considered. LePage, Jeff Bodine, Park, Mast, Presley, last car that finished. And then all these others. I thought it was going to be a low attrition race, too. How dumb am I? 25 cars only finished. Still, that was a realistic race, though, to an extent. Stuff that happened wasn't too stupid. Um, I don't know if it saved the right areas, so I'm just going to do it again. Okay. Cool. Alright, I saved all that. Done. Yay! Pocono 90s. Ooh, look at that. Buckshot Jones loses 32 positions. I wonder who the biggest mover was today. Maybe it might have been Mike Skinner. Anyway. Let me look real quick. Let's see. Let me go back to the back. Jerry Nadeau actually started 42nd and ended up 20th. So that's like 22 spots. Mike Skinner, he started 33rd, ended up 10th. So yeah, he's probably biggest mover. So good for him. Good for him. Anyway, yeah, I got stats to do now, and then get set for our first road course of the season at Sonoma. So we'll hopefully have a lot less time in between from this race to that one. Maybe even this weekend yet. We will see. But anyway, have a good one. Thanks for